Roman mythology, in the sense most modern listeners expect, was never simply a collection of entertaining stories detached from daily practice and stored neatly on a shelf, the way later readers might store the myths of a single author. For a Roman, what we call mythology was braided into the fabric of obligation, law, memory, and public order. Stories existed, certainly, and many were vivid, sometimes humorous, sometimes violent, sometimes strangely tender. Yet the Roman relationship to the divine world was often less concerned with believing a story in the modern sense, and more concerned with maintaining correct relationships, correct rituals, and correct boundaries between humans and the powers that were assumed to govern the sky, the soil, the household, and the fate of the city. In that way, to understand Roman mythology, one must begin by adjusting the mental image. The Roman mythic universe was not primarily a theatre of private faith, nor a book of doctrine, nor an escape into fantasy. It was, in large measure, a language of public life, a set of ancestral explanations and sacred precedents, and a practical system for negotiating uncertainty in a world of war, disease, crop failure, and political rivalry. In the Roman world, the gods were not merely characters with personalities, they were also functions, powers, and presences anchored to places, dates, and acts. A deity might be understood as a protector of boundaries, a guarantor of oaths, a force that kept seed alive in the dark soil, or a watcher over the hinge of a door. The vocabulary of Roman religion reveals this practical side. Many Roman divine names feel like titles, almost like job descriptions, and in early Italy the divine could be approached through very specific narrow duties. Later Roman literature, especially poetry, gives the gods grander voices and more dramatic biographies, but beneath that literary surface lies a habit of thought that is closer to administration than to romance. The divine world was managed through calendars of festivals, lists of vows, formal priestly colleges, and public ceremonies funded by the state. The gods, in turn, were expected to uphold the agreement, to protect the city so long as the city maintained correct reverence. This is why Roman mythology is inseparable from ritual, and why a story about a god is often less important than the correct way to address that god, the correct day to honour them, the correct offering, and the correct words spoken in the correct order. Because of this, Roman mythology must be distinguished from Roman religion, even though the two are constantly intertwined. Religion for Romans was not a separate private compartment of life. It was embedded in the most visible acts of public authority. Magistrates took auspices before assemblies. Generals made vows before battle. Treaties were sworn with divine witnesses. The calendar itself, the way days were divided into those suitable for legal business and those forbidden, placed the gods inside the machinery of governance. Myth, meanwhile, provided stories that could explain why certain rituals existed, why a particular temple stood where it did, why a certain family claimed the right to hold a certain priesthood, or why a festival required a particular costume, a particular procession, a particular silence. Myth could be an explanation, a justification, a memory of origins, yet it was not always essential for the ritual to function. A Roman could participate in a festival and fulfill obligations without needing to hold in the mind a detailed narrative about divine adventures. In many cases, the ritual came first, older than any surviving written story, and the story grew later, like ivy on ancient stone, providing meaning, colour, and sometimes political usefulness. It is also important to recognise what Roman mythology was not. It was not a single unified canon with one official version. Rome had no sacred book of mythology that all citizens were expected to memorise. Stories shifted across centuries, across regions, across social classes, and across authors. A myth told by a poet in the Augustan age might differ in emphasis from a myth hinted at by an older ritual formula, and both might differ from what a family in a rural Italian community believed about the same divine name. Roman myth is also not identical to Greek myth, even though Greek influence is immense and often obvious. Many Roman gods came to be paired with Greek equivalents, sharing attributes and stories, and later Romans could speak of Jupiter in ways that resemble Greek Zeus, or Venus in ways that echo Greek Aphrodite. Yet the Roman divine world retains a distinctive tone. It is more civic, more legalistic, often more concerned with boundaries, vows, and public stability. Roman myth also tends to be more deeply entangled with the history Rome told about itself, the stories of kings, founders, and ancestors, which functioned as moral and political arguments about what Rome was supposed to be. When modern people say mythology, they often mean imaginative narrative, a tale told for pleasure, with clear separation from practical life. In Rome, those boundaries were not so clean. A myth could be pleasurable, but it could also be a precedent cited in court or a symbolic argument in the Senate, or an image on a coin that communicated a political message in the space of a small metal disc. Myth could be, and often was, propaganda, though not always in a crude sense. It offered a vocabulary of legitimacy. If a family claimed descent from a god, that claim was not merely decorative, it could justify prestige, authority, and public roles. If an emperor associated himself with Apollo or Venus or Jupiter, he was not merely making an artistic choice, he was announcing something about cosmic order and political destiny. Myth, therefore, is not simply the childhood story of Rome, it is also the language of Roman adulthood, the way power explained itself, the way the city's violence was softened into destiny, and the way success was portrayed as divine approval. At the same time, Roman mythology was not always solemn, and it was not always political. Romans told stories about the gods in domestic settings, in jokes, in theatre, in love poetry, and in the casual explanations offered for why the world contained so many strange customs. The divine was present in the household in a way that was intimate and repetitive. Offerings at a small shrine in a kitchen, a gesture at a crossroads, a prayer at the beginning of a journey. These acts existed alongside grand sacrifices in temples and vast processions through the streets. In such settings, mythology could function as a gentle background hum, a shared cultural knowledge that provided familiar names and familiar images, even for people who never read epic poetry. A child might learn the name of Mars from a festival, and learn the story of Romulus from a public monument. A soldier might learn about Mithras in a shrine near a barracks, while also swearing oaths under Jupiter. A merchant might carry a small image of Mercury, not because he could recite a full narrative about Mercury's youth, but because Mercury represented movement, exchange, and safe passage. Myth, in this sense, is not always story first, but symbol first and practice first. To understand Roman mythology, one must also understand the Roman idea of what it meant to be religious, which in Latin is often expressed through words that point to duty and carefulness rather than emotion. Roman piety was frequently defined as a correct attitude toward obligations, toward parents, toward ancestors, toward city, and toward gods. It was not necessarily an inner spiritual experience, though individuals certainly could feel awe, gratitude, fear, and love toward the divine. Rather, at the level of the state and community, religion was a discipline of precision, a cultivation of correct relationships that were believed to keep the world stable. The cosmos in Roman thought was not a neutral stage, it was responsive. The gods might send signs of displeasure through lightning, unusual births, or sudden disasters. The remedy was not only moral reform, but ritual repair, finding what had been neglected, repeating what had been done incorrectly, consulting specialists who could restore alignment. In such a universe, myth becomes one of the many tools Rome used to explain why certain repairs were necessary and why certain gods must be approached in certain ways. Another key distinction is the difference between what modern people call belief and what Romans often practiced as trust in ritual order. Romans did not necessarily ask, in the abstract, whether a myth was literally true in every detail. The more important question for many was whether the ritual relationship was maintained, whether the city was doing what it had always done, and whether the gods were being honoured in a manner consistent with ancestral custom. This helps explain why Roman religion could absorb new gods and new stories without collapsing. Rome was, over centuries, an empire that gathered peoples, languages, and cults. It was able to incorporate foreign divinities, sometimes cautiously, sometimes enthusiastically, because the system was not built around a single exclusive revelation. It was built around ritual compatibility, political usefulness, and the conviction that the divine world was vast and varied. Roman mythology, therefore, is not a sealed box. It is a living archive, constantly expanded and edited, with older layers visible beneath newer ones. If one asks, then what Roman mythology really was, the most accurate answer is that it was a set of sacred stories and images that helped Rome explain itself, justify its customs, and manage its relationship with the divine. It was a memory system. It preserved the city's claims about origins, about destiny, and about the moral meaning of power. It was also a bridge between local Italian practices and the wider Mediterranean world, allowing Roman gods to speak in Greek accents when needed, and to retain their older Italian silence when that silence was more useful. And if one asks what it was not, the answer is equally important. It was not a single book, not a consistent doctrine, not merely entertainment, and not merely copied Greek myth. It was a civic language, a ritual accompaniment, and a political instrument, all at once. In the chapters that follow, we will move slowly through this universe, beginning not with a dramatic battle or a divine romance, but with the quiet architecture of Roman religious life, the calendars, the temples, the household shrines, and the careful agreements that Romans believed held their world together. When we ask what we actually know about Roman mythology, we begin with a quiet but decisive fact. The earliest centuries of Roman life left very little written narrative in a form that survives. Rome in its first long phase was a community that remembered through ritual, through family tradition, through public monuments, and through the repetition of calendrical acts, more than through books. The most ancient stories may have circulated as spoken tales, as songs at festivals, as explanations given by elders for why a certain altar stood at a certain corner, or why a certain day required abstention from legal business. Yet spoken memory is fragile when it is not pinned to a written page, and the written pages of early Italy were often made of perishable materials, wax tablets that could be erased, papyrus that decays, wooden records that do not survive fire and damp. What we possess, therefore, is not Rome's mythology as it first lived, but Rome's mythology as later Romans chose to write it down, often when the city had already become an empire, and when the past had become a political resource. A large portion of what modern people picture as Roman myth comes from poets, and poets are never neutral record keepers. Virgil, writing in the age of Augustus, gives Rome a grand epic ancestry in the story of Aeneas, yet he does so with the tools of Greek literature, the architecture of Homeric epic, and the demands of an imperial present that wants dignity, continuity, and divine favour. Ovid, writing in the same broad era, offers an enormous storehouse of myth in his Metamorphoses and a calendar of Roman festivals in his Fasti, yet his tone can be playful, ironic, tender, and sometimes sharply aware of power. These works are invaluable, but they are not raw transcripts of ancient belief. They are literary constructions created for audiences who enjoyed artistry, rhetoric, and emotional colour. A poet may preserve old cult names, old local legends, and hints of archaic ritual, but he may also reshape them, combine them, or give them motives that suit the literary moment. In Rome, the beauty of the poem and the authority of tradition often sit in the same line, and we must learn to separate them gently. Alongside poets stand historians and antiquarians, writers who aim to describe the past, explain institutions, and anchor Rome's customs in an earlier age. Livy, composing his vast history in the late Republic and early Principate, tells stories of kings, omens, vows, and divine interventions, yet he writes with moral purpose, selecting episodes that teach virtues and warn against decay. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, a Greek author living in Rome, carefully compares Roman traditions with Greek parallels, eager to show Rome as culturally respectable, and therefore he sometimes emphasises likeness where difference may have existed. Cicero, in philosophical and rhetorical works, gives us glimpses of religious practice, priestly authority, and the language of auspices, not as mythic narrative, but as evidence of how educated Romans argued about the gods. Varro, the great antiquarian of the late Republic, is especially important because he studied divine names, temple origins, and ritual categories with an almost administrative seriousness. Much of Varro is lost, yet later writers quote him, and through those fragments we can sometimes hear an older Rome speaking in careful definitions. There are also later compilers and commentators, quiet custodians who preserve older learning precisely because they lived in a world where it was already fading. The grammarian Festus, summarising an even earlier scholar named Varius Flaccus, preserves explanations of archaic words, ancient rites, and the names of obscure deities whose functions were once understood in specific neighbourhoods and households. Aulus Gellius, in his Attic Nights, records learned conversations, quotations, and antiquarian curiosities, often without intending to become a primary source, and yet he does, because he transmits material that might otherwise be lost. Servius, a late antique commentator on Virgil, explains cult practices, temple lore and mythic genealogies, sometimes quoting earlier authorities. Macrobius, in his Saturnalia, gathers discussions of festivals, solar theology and literary tradition, preserving a particular scholarly atmosphere of late Rome. These writers must be handled carefully because they are separated by centuries from the archaic world, yet they sometimes preserve genuine fragments, like pottery shards of text embedded in later mortar. Written sources also include something that feels less like literature and more like the city's own handwriting, inscriptions and public records. A dedication carved into stone, a vow recorded on bronze, a priestly regulation displayed in a sanctuary. These are not stories shaped for aesthetic pleasure, they are documents of action. The Roman calendar itself, the Fasti, sometimes survives in stone listing festivals, legal days and commemorations. Such calendars tell us what the city did, when it did it, and which gods were given time and attention. They do not always tell us the story behind the rite, but they confirm the rite's existence with a firmness that poetry cannot match. Consider the material reality of an inscription, the selection of stone, the labour of the mason, the rhythm of chisel strokes, the decision to set the text in a public space where sunlight and rain would strike it for decades. These texts are brief, often formulaic, yet they are grounded, and in a world of myths that change from poet to poet, grounding is precious. Archaeology adds another layer, often quiet, but heavy with physical certainty. A temple foundation tells us where a cult stood, and sometimes how it changed over time, rebuilt after fire, expanded after victory, repaired after earthquake. An altar stained by repeated burning suggests long continuity of offering. Votive gifts, small terracotta limbs, bronze figurines, miniature tools, reveal what people asked from the gods: health, fertility, protection, safe travel, success in work. The arrangement of a sanctuary, its steps, its enclosure wall, its drainage channels for blood and water, the location of its dining areas for communal feasting, these things teach us the procedural shape of religion, which is often the true skeleton beneath myth. Yet archaeology rarely gives us full narratives. A statue of a god does not speak its name unless an inscription survives. A painted myth on a wall may show a scene, but without captions we must interpret with caution, since the same image might be read differently in different communities. Archaeology can correct literature, but it can also leave us with questions as wide as the sky. Coins, reliefs, wall paintings, and household objects form another category of evidence, images that carried mythology into daily hands. A coin is a small, hard disc of metal, struck under public authority, and designed to travel, passing from soldier to innkeeper, from merchant to farmer, crossing rivers and provinces. When a god appears on a coin, it is not merely decoration, it is a message about protection, legitimacy, victory, or continuity. A relief on an altar carved in marble tells a story in stone, yet it also tells us what a patron wanted viewers to see, what virtues were being advertised, what divine companionship was being claimed. Wall paintings in villas and townhouses, particularly in places like Pompeii and Herculaneum, preserve mythic sceneries that Romans looked at while eating, talking, resting and aging. Yet images have their own logic. Artists repeat compositions, borrow patterns, simplify complex myths into recognisable poses. The visual record is rich, but it demands careful reading, and it rarely answers the question of what an average person believed in the privacy of their mind. Because the sources are varied, the act of reconstruction becomes a kind of disciplined listening. We listen to poetry for narrative richness, but we test it against ritual calendars and dedications. We listen to historians for tradition, but we note their moral agendas and their love of exemplary tales. We listen to antiquarians for definitions and archaic names, but we remember the distance between their libraries and the earliest shrines. We listen to archaeology for the reality of practice, for the weight of stone and the repeated smoke of sacrifice, but we accept that material remains do not always preserve meaning in words. We also remember that Rome was never isolated. Greek stories, Etruscan rituals, local Italian cults, and later provincial traditions all entered the Roman religious world. The Romans themselves practiced what later scholars call interpretatio, the habit of equating foreign gods with Roman ones, translating divine names across languages, and in doing so, shaping mythology as a bilingual, sometimes multilingual system. Uncertainty is not a weakness in this subject, it is a normal condition, and a proper source-based approach does not hide it. When sources disagree, we do not force them into a single tidy account, we describe the disagreement and ask what it reveals. A tale of a city's founding might appear in one form in Livy, in another in Dionysius, and in yet another in later summaries, and each version reflects different priorities, moral lessons, and political needs. Even within a single author, traditions can conflict because Rome itself contained many memories. One neighbourhood's shrine might preserve a local explanation that never became official, while a senatorial family might circulate an ancestry myth that suited its public career. The truth we can reach is often not a single story, but a map of stories, showing which versions were prominent in which periods, which gods gained importance under which regimes, and how rituals remained stable even while narratives shifted. In this documentary, we will move with that careful discipline, drawing from texts, inscriptions, and material culture, and when the evidence grows thin, we will say so and linger in the silence, because the silence itself is part of what we actually know. Before Rome becomes a name that stretches across maps, before the city gathers stone walls and written laws and legions with standardized equipment, the Italian peninsula is already an old landscape of humans and gods. Its mountains and plains are not abstract geography, they are the first authors of religion. The Apennines run like a spine, breaking communities into valleys and ridges, shaping dialects, alliances, and rivalries. Rivers such as the Tiber, the Arno, and the Po create corridors of movement and exchange, but also marshes, floods, and borders that must be managed. The coasts offer harbours, salt, fish, and access to the wider Mediterranean, while the interior offers timber, pasture, and mineral veins that draw craftsmen and traders. In such a setting, the sacred is often local and practical. A spring is not only water, it is a presence that can be offended by neglect. A grove is not only trees, it is a boundary that can punish careless axes. Long before Rome's poets give divine names long genealogies, much of Italian religiosity lives in places, in repeated acts, in the careful attention paid to forces that feel embedded in soil, weather, and seasonal rhythms. Italy in the early first millennium before Christ is a mosaic, not a single culture waiting to be unified. Latin-speaking communities cluster in the central west, Sabine groups occupy uplands, Umbrians and Piscines hold parts of the northeast, Oscan-speaking peoples spread through large areas of the south and central highlands, and the Samnites develop a stubborn military and pastoral identity in the mountains. Along the northern plains and foothills, Celtic groups appear in later centuries, while in the far south and Sicily older layers of indigenous peoples persist alongside newcomers. These communities trade, raid, intermarry and borrow, and their gods travel with them. Some divine names are shared across regions, suggesting deep common roots, while others remain stubbornly local, tied to a single sanctuary or a single hill. The religious world is not yet the grand pantheon of later Rome, but it is already crowded with powers, some large and famous, others small and anonymous, addressed through titles rather than personal stories. Many of these powers are better understood as functions: guardians of thresholds, watchers of flocks, keepers of seed, and listeners to oaths. Among the most influential cultures in this pre-Roman Italy are the Etruscans, whose cities in the region later called Etruria develop wealth, artistry, and a highly organised ritual expertise. Their urban centres, such as Tarquinia, Cerveteri, Veii, Volci and others, build monumental tombs and temples, work bronze with confidence, and participate in Mediterranean trade networks that bring luxury goods, foreign craftsmen, and foreign ideas. Etruscan religion becomes, in the eyes of later Romans, a kind of technical science of the sacred, a discipline of interpreting divine will. The Etruscans are associated with the reading of lightning, the classification of signs, and the careful division of the sky into sectors with meaning, so that the heavens become a mapped text. They are also associated with haruspicy, the examination of animal entrails, especially the liver, as a surface where divine messages can be read. This is not superstition in the casual modern sense, but an institutional practice, performed by trained specialists, embedded in public decision-making, and supported by a belief that the universe communicates through patterned signals. The material culture of the Etruscans helps us understand how religious ideas can be carried by objects as much as by stories. Bronze mirrors engraved with mythic scenes, carved sarcophagi with reclining figures, and painted tomb walls filled with processions, banquets, and ritual gestures. These are not merely art, they are repositories of memory. Etruscan temples, built with stone foundations but rising in timber and decorated terracotta, present a distinctive architecture with deep porches and brightly coloured roof ornaments, an aesthetic that influences early Roman sacred building. The Etruscan alphabet, adapted from Greek models, becomes one of the channels through which writing spreads in Italy, and through writing, the possibility of recording names, vows, and ritual formulas increases. Even the very idea that a state should consult specialists to interpret prodigies and restore ritual order is strengthened by Etruscan example. Later Romans will both admire and domesticate this expertise, keeping Etruscan-style divination as a tool of the state, while gradually placing it within Roman institutions and Roman political control. On the southern coasts and in Sicily, Greek colonization creates another powerful current. From roughly the 8th century before Christ onward, Greek settlers established cities that later writers call Magna Graecia, Great Greece, bringing with them language, pottery styles, coinage, and above all a rich narrative mythology that is already old and self-confident. In these Greek cities, gods are not only powers attached to springs and fields, they are also characters with long tales, genealogies, loves, feuds and journeys, preserved in epic and hymn and local legend. The Greek world also brings sanctuaries that attract pilgrims and wealth, and festivals where athletic contests, drama, and communal sacrifice bind civic identity to divine patronage. Italians living near these centres cannot avoid the influence. Trade carries painted vases that show scenes from heroic myth. Mercenaries and migrants carry songs and names. Intermarriage and diplomacy carry stories across language boundaries. Over time, many Roman divine figures will be paired with Greek ones, and Roman poets will speak in Greek narrative forms, but this begins as a slow seepage, a long coastal pressure, not an instantaneous replacement of local religion. It is important, however, not to imagine a simple equation in which Rome merely copies Greece, or in which Etruscan religion simply becomes Roman religion. What happens is a process of translation, selection, and adaptation, shaped by Roman priorities. Early Roman religion, as far as we can glimpse it through later sources, has a strong emphasis on noumena, powers that are present and effective without needing vivid biographies. Many early divine figures are defined by action, by the moment of ploughing, the opening of a door, the turning of a hinge. the safe return from a journey, the keeping of a boundary stone intact. This does not mean Romans lacked imagination, but it suggests a cultural habit of approaching the divine as a set of forces that must be managed through correct procedure. As Greek stories enter this world, they are often fitted onto existing functions. A Roman god may acquire Greek-style myths, but the older obligation remains, tied to calendars, vows, and civic welfare. Rome learns narrative abundance from Greece and ritual technique from Etruria, yet it continues to arrange these inheritances around its own instinct for civic order. The local gods of Italy, many of them now obscure, deserve slow attention because they represent the deep soil from which later Roman religion grows. In agricultural communities, divine attention focuses on seed and rain, on the health of animals, on the timing of harvest, and on the unseen threats that can destroy a year's labour in a few days. There are gods of storehouses, gods of fields, gods of thresholds, gods of the road, gods of the boundary, and powers that inhabit the crossroads where travellers meet and where social order must be affirmed. Some cults are tied to particular mountains, springs, or groves, and their sanctuaries may be simple: a cleared space, an altar, a deposit of offerings. Others become more formal, with precinct walls and repeated festivals. In such contexts, myth is often minimal. A short explanation of why this place is holy, why this rite must be performed, why this god must be given a share. The sacred is not distant, it is near, and its demands are repetitive, seasonal, and practical. As Rome grows from a cluster of settlements on hills near the Tiber into a city with kings, walls, and expanding influence, it sits directly in the path of these cultural currents. The Tiber is a trade route, and Rome's position near a crossing point makes it a meeting place for merchants, migrants, and ideas. Etruscan cities to the north are close enough to be rivals, allies, and tutors, and traditions later remembered as coming from Etruscan kings reflect this proximity, whether or not every detail is historically precise. Greek goods and Greek stories arrive through trade, through intermediaries, and through the prestige of Greek artistry. Meanwhile, Rome's relations with neighbouring Latin communities and Sabine groups create their own religious exchange, shaping shared festivals and shared divine titles. The result is a religious environment that is already hybrid before Rome becomes imperial, and this hybridity is not a modern label imposed from outside. It is visible in the mixture of ritual practices, the variety of divine names, and the willingness to interpret one god through the language of another. From this early mixture emerges a distinctive Roman habit, the ability to absorb without dissolving. Rome learns to host foreign gods, sometimes after consultation and caution, sometimes after crisis and perceived divine instruction, and to grant them a place in its calendar and its city. It also learns to frame its own past through the mythic vocabulary it has inherited. When later Romans tell stories of Trojan ancestors, or of divine parentage, or of heroic foundations, they are not inventing myth out of nothing, they are working with tools already present in Italy. The Etruscan talent for ritual mapping, the Greek talent for narrative genealogy, and the Italian talent for local sacred attachment to land and custom. In the chapters ahead, we will watch this process become more defined as Rome's gods take clearer shapes, as temples and priesthoods turn local practice into public system, and as stories, once scattered like small offerings across the peninsula, begin to gather into a mythology that can travel, be written, and be used to explain an empire. To speak of the Roman universe is to speak first of order, and of the conviction that order could be known not by private revelation, but by disciplined attention. The Romans lived beneath a sky that was not empty, and across a landscape that was not mute. Their world as they experienced it was thick with messages, but these messages did not arrive as long speeches. They arrived as patterns, as the direction of lightning, as the behaviour of birds, as the sudden failure of a public ritual, as an unusual birth among animals, as an unexpected flood, as a sickness that moved through a quarter of the city. In such moments, the question was not merely why, but also what must be done. Roman religion was therefore not only worship, it was maintenance. It sought to preserve what later writers called peace with the gods, a condition in which the city's relationship with the divine powers remained balanced, so that crops could grow, treaties could hold, and war could be survived. The universe, in this Roman sense, was a moral and procedural environment, and human beings were not spectators within it, they were participants bound by obligations. In this environment, fate was not a simple single chain that could be described once and for all, and then ignored. The Latin word fatum suggests something spoken, a saying that has become fixed, and Roman thought could indeed imagine certain outcomes as destined. Yet in practice, Romans often treated destiny as something that revealed itself through signs, rather than as something that replaced choice. Fate did not cancel effort, it sharpened attention. A general might still plan, a farmer might still watch the weather, a magistrate might still negotiate, but all these acts took place within a world where divine approval mattered. Alongside fatum stood fortuna, chance and shifting condition, imagined as a power that could lift a man without warning and drop him just as easily. The Roman elite, especially those influenced by Greek philosophy, could speak of providence and necessity in the language of Stoicism, yet the public life of the city remained rooted in older habits, a belief that the gods expressed their will in readable form, and that correct response could restore stability. Fate, in Rome, was therefore both cosmic and administrative, an idea and a practice, a horizon and a set of procedures. The Roman attention to signs was organised, even bureaucratic, because the city could not afford to treat divine communication as a private hobby. Public signs belonged to the public, and the interpretation of such signs was handled by recognised specialists. Among these were the augurs, men trained to observe the will of the gods through the behaviour of birds and other phenomena, and to define sacred space for observation. The act of marking out an augural space was itself a kind of geometry applied to the heavens, creating an ordered field in which meaning could be read. The staff of the augur, curved and distinctive, was not merely a symbol, it was an instrument for thinking, a way of dividing the visible sky into intelligible regions. When a magistrate sought to call an assembly, to hold an election, or to take command for war, he could be expected to seek signs, because political action without divine sanction risked being not only imprudent, but unlawful in the sacred sense. This did not make Rome a society of passive superstition. It made it a society in which legitimacy had a religious dimension, and in which the boundary between correct law and correct worship could be difficult to separate. Alongside the augurs stood other interpreters, including specialists associated with the older religious science of Etruria, the reading of lightning and the examination of sacrificial entrails. Lightning in this system was not only a natural event, it was a deliberate act with a direction, a point of origin and a meaning shaped by its context. The liver of a sacrificial animal, carefully inspected, offered a surface on which order and disorder could be traced. These practices may feel distant to modern minds, yet in Rome they functioned as instruments of caution. They slowed decisions, they created pauses in which the state could reconsider. They also offered a language for public anxiety. If the community felt endangered, it could point to a sign, consult an interpreter, and then perform an expiation that made the fear manageable. In this way, signs were not merely predictions, they were part of Rome's emotional and political technology, a method for turning uncertainty into procedure, and procedure into reassurance. The gods did not always speak clearly, but the state maintained the habit of listening and of responding in ways that could be recorded, repeated, and defended. This listening was closely connected to divine law, a concept that can be understood as the sacred boundary lines within which human law must operate. Romans distinguished between what was permitted and what was forbidden in a sacred sense, and this distinction shaped the calendar, the courts, and the rhythm of public life. Certain days were suitable for assemblies and legal judgments, others were not, and the difference was not merely practical, it was a statement that time itself could be holy or restricted, that the city moved through a week and a season under a schedule partly defined by its obligations to the gods. The language of what is lawful and what is not lawful in a sacred sense could be invoked to explain why an action must be delayed, why a ceremony must be repeated, why a public meeting was invalid. In such a system, religious error was not only a private matter. A flawed ritual performed by a magistrate could threaten the community because it implied a breach in the contract between the city and the divine. Precision, therefore, was not pedantry. It was civic security, and it was enforced through institutions, through priestly colleges, and through records that preserved what should be done and how. The Roman notion of divine law also reveals a particular idea of the gods themselves. The gods were not imagined as distant abstractions who required only inner sincerity. They were addressed as powers who could be approached through correct form and who responded to correct form. This helps explain the Roman fondness for vows, formal promises made to a deity in exchange for aid, and then fulfilled through offerings, games, or temple building. Such vows could be made by individuals, but they were especially important in public crisis, when generals and magistrates promised gifts if victory or safety was granted. The logic is often summarized in a phrase that expresses exchange, but it is better understood as reciprocity. The relationship between city and gods was imagined as mutual, and therefore vulnerable to neglect. If a vow was made and not paid, the imbalance could invite disaster. If a sacrifice was promised and performed incorrectly, the performance might need to be repeated, not because the gods were petty, but because the relationship had not been properly enacted. In this way, Roman mythology, when it appears around such acts, often serves as precedent, explaining why this god must be honoured in this manner, why this promise binds, why this ritual restores. Ritual failure in Roman thought could be as meaningful as ritual success. A stumbled word, a sudden cry at the wrong moment, an animal that refused to cooperate. Such things could be interpreted as signs that the act was invalid or that divine assent was withheld. The response was not usually despair, but repetition and correction. The Romans developed a culture in which the correct sequence of words and gestures mattered, not because they believed in magic syllables, but because they believed that public acts must be orderly, and that order was itself sacred. The priests who oversaw these matters, especially those responsible for the calendar, for sacred law, and for the regulation of vows, were therefore not mere ceremonial ornaments. They functioned as guardians of civic continuity, preserving what had been done before, and ensuring that what was done now could be recognized as legitimate. The sacred archive of Rome, whether written or memorized, was part of the machinery by which the city lasted. Myth did not replace this archive, it decorated it, explained it, and sometimes argued over it, because even in ritual culture, tradition contains disagreements and competing memories. At moments when signs seemed to indicate disorder, the Roman state could respond with public expiation, a set of acts designed to repair the relationship with the divine. Here the universe appears less as a stage and more as a system of balances. Reports of prodigies, unusual and troubling events could be collected and discussed, and the community would decide which responses were required. The response might involve special sacrifices, processions, prayers, or consultation of sacred collections of ritual advice that were treated as authoritative in crisis. What matters for our understanding is not the dramatic surface of the prodigy, but the institutional reflex that follows it. Rome, across centuries, made a habit of converting fear into formal action. This habit also reveals how myth and law blend. When a ritual remedy was prescribed, it could be linked to a story of past salvation, a memory that the gods had once accepted such an offering and restored balance. The past, real or imagined, became part of the legal logic of the sacred, and in that way, mythology served as evidence, as reassurance, and as a map for proper response. Yet the Roman universe, for all this structure, was never purely mechanical. It left room for ambiguity, and therefore it left room for politics, rivalry, and interpretation. A sign could be read with sincerity, but it could also be used strategically. A magistrate could delay an assembly by claiming unfavourable signs, or challenge the legitimacy of an opponent by questioning ritual correctness. This does not mean that Romans were cynics who did not believe their own system. It means that in a society where religion and politics were intertwined, the sacred offered tools that could be used in more than one way. Divine law provided stability, but it also created procedures through which power could be contested. The important point, however, is that even strategic use depended on shared assumptions. A claim about signs had force because the audience accepted that signs mattered. Dispute over ritual validity had meaning because everyone agreed that the gods were part of public legitimacy. In that shared acceptance, we see the deep Roman conviction that the universe was not indifferent, and that law, to be complete, must include a conversation with the divine. So when we speak of fate, signs, and divine law in the Roman universe, we are speaking of a culture that treated the cosmos as responsive and society as responsible. Fate existed, but it was approached through careful observation and ritual discipline. Chance existed, but it could be met with vows, offerings, and the steady labour of maintaining correct relationships. Signs were not mere curiosities, they were messages that demanded procedure. Divine law was not an abstract theology, it was the sacred framework that shaped time, legitimacy, and public action. In the background of all this stands a quiet Roman hope that the world can be kept orderly if one is attentive, if one is precise, if one honours the inherited patterns that have carried a city through generations. In the chapters ahead, as we move from cosmic order into specific gods, specific festivals, and specific places, we will keep returning to this foundation, the Roman habit of listening for meaning in the world's smallest disturbances, and of answering those disturbances with the slow, deliberate language of ritual. For a Roman, meeting the gods was rarely imagined as a sudden vision, or as a private conversation in solitude, and it was almost never reduced to a single inner feeling that could be kept separate from the visible world. The encounter was structured, staged, and made reliable through place and procedure. A god was approached at a threshold, at a crossroads, at a household shrine, at a temple on a hill, at an altar in a public square, at a field boundary where a procession moved slowly through dust and grass. The divine presence was understood to be real, but it was met through acts that could be repeated and verified. Words were spoken in set forms, offerings were given in recognized ways, and attention was paid to the smallest disturbances, because a relationship with the gods, in Roman thought, was maintained through correctness. The Roman system did not depend on a single moment of ecstasy. It depended on continuity, on habits that returned with the calendar, and on institutions that remembered what had been done before. In this sense, the Roman encounter with the divine was built like an arch, by careful placement of stones, each one small enough to be handled, yet together forming a durable passage. The temple was one of the most visible instruments of this relationship, but it must be understood not as a place for congregational worship in the later sense, and not as a hall in which crowds gathered to listen to doctrine. A Roman temple was primarily the house of a god, a defined sacred property, set apart by law and ritual, and marked in the landscape as a stable point of exchange between community and divine power. Its architecture embodied this separation. A high podium lifted the building above street level, steps directed movement toward the front, and a deep porch created a transitional space between ordinary air and the more restricted interior. The central room, the cellar, sheltered the image of the god and the stored objects of the cult, but many rituals occurred outside where the community could see and where smoke could rise freely. Materials mattered, because material carried prestige and permanence. Early temples used local stone, timber, and painted terracotta. Later rebuilding brought travertine, marble, and gilded ornament. Each rebuilding was not only aesthetic, it was a renewed statement that the god remained honoured and that the city continued to invest labour, money, and a tension in sacred maintenance. Around the temple stretched the sacred precinct, sometimes clearly walled, sometimes defined by markers and customary boundaries, an area in which behaviour was expected to change. The ground might be kept clean, the approach controlled, and the space protected from activities considered polluting. This did not mean that the sacred was delicate. It meant that it was regulated. Roman religion was comfortable with rules, with definitions, with the distinction between what belonged inside and what must remain outside. Priests and magistrates could define these boundaries through ritual acts, and the language of sacred law could enforce them with penalties. The design of the precinct also served practical needs. Processions required space to gather and turn, sacrifices required areas where animals could be led and controlled, and the distribution of meat required surfaces for cutting and places for communal dining. Even the drainage of liquids mattered. Blood, water, and wine had to be managed, because sacrifice produced physical residue, and the sacred could not be allowed to become disorderly. In this way, the Roman encounter with the gods was both elevated and intensely material, at once cosmic and concerned with the ordinary physics of bodies, stone, smoke, and movement. At the heart of many public encounters stood the altar, the working surface of Roman religion. An altar was not merely a symbol, it was a tool, an engineered object designed to receive fire, liquid, grain, and the carefully arranged portions of an offering. Some altars were simple, a stone block with a shallow depression. Others were monumental, carved with reliefs that displayed the very acts performed upon them. The altar's position mattered, often placed before the temple, oriented so that ritual movement followed a recognized pattern. Fire was prepared, not as a casual flame, but as an element that must be controlled and kept pure for its task. Offerings could be poured, wine, milk, honey, oil, and water, and the act of pouring, slow and visible, made the exchange tangible. Grain, especially salted meal, could be sprinkled as a preliminary act, marking the offering as dedicated. Incense could be burned, adding fragrance and a column of smoke that rose as a visible sign of communication. The altar concentrated attention. It gave the community a focal point, and it turned invisible obligation into visible procedure. In a city of noise and argument, the altar created a temporary centre, a place where the civic body could enact reverence with its hands. Sacrifice in Roman practice was not simply destruction, and it was not primarily a test of cruelty or piety. It was a structured transaction that combined gift, communication, and communal meal. The victim was chosen with care, because not every animal was suitable for every god. Colour, age, and condition mattered, and the act required that the offering be without obvious defect. The animal was brought with attendants, adorned, and led through the crowd, and this movement itself was part of the ritual. Silence was desired, but a controlled soundscape was also created, often with music so that sudden ill omens, a harsh cry, an accidental word could be softened or covered. The officiant spoke the prayer, naming the god with titles that reduced the risk of error, because calling the wrong name in the wrong way was not only awkward, it could invalidate the exchange. Salted meal might be placed on the animal, wine might be poured, and only then would the killing occur, swift if possible, because the aim was completion without confusion. What followed was careful division. Certain portions were offered to the god through fire, while edible portions were cooked and shared. The gods received honour, the community received food, and the ritual created cohesion through distribution. The interpretation of sacrifice also formed part of the meeting with the gods, because Romans did not only give, they watched for a response. The entrails, especially the liver, could be examined by trained specialists, seeking signs of acceptance or warning. This was not a casual guess. It was a practiced craft, and the specialist's authority mattered because the community needed the uncertainty of signs to be handled within rules. Even when no settled interpretation was sought, the overall success of the procedure, the steadiness of the fire, the absence of accidents, the smoothness of the words, served as reassurance. A sacrifice that went wrong could be repeated because repetition was not weakness, it was repair. In this way, Roman religion made room for error without allowing error to linger. The gods were not treated as blind forces, but as partners in a relationship that required clear signals. The community did not expect constant miracles. It expected that proper procedure would usually produce stability, and that when stability wavered, procedure offered a path back to balance. The people who performed these acts did so within a layered social structure. Some priesthoods were lifelong, others were held alongside political office, and many of the most visible sacrifices were conducted by magistrates in the name of the people. The presence of authority at the altar was not accidental. For Romans, the welfare of the state and the favour of the gods were linked, and therefore public leaders were expected to embody the city's piety through action. Priestly colleges preserved knowledge of ritual law, calendars, and correct forms, while specialists were consulted for particular kinds of signs. The Vestal Virgins, with their guardianship of the sacred fire and their role in preparing ritual substances, represented continuity in a city where politics could be unstable. The overall effect was to make religion legible. It was not hidden in a private club. It was visible in procession, in sacrificial smoke, in festival days that halted ordinary business. The Roman encounter with the gods was therefore also an education, repeated year after year, teaching citizens what reverence looked like, and teaching them that the divine was part of the city's public face. Yet not all meetings with the gods required marble and crowds. The household was its own sanctuary, and the smallest daily acts could carry sacred weight. A small shrine in a home, often near the hearth, gathered images and symbols of protective powers, and the daily rhythm of eating and work was punctuated by brief offerings. A pinch of food, a drop of wine, a spoken request for protection. Always storerooms and courtyards could have their own sacred attention, because the Roman home was not imagined as separate from the divine order, but as one of its cells. Travel began with a prayer, business with a vow, a wedding with offerings, a funeral with rites that managed the boundary between the living and the dead. In these settings, mythology was often present as quiet background, not as a recited epic, but as familiar names and inherited customs. The gods were met not only in the grandeur of temples, but in repetition, in the gentle insistence that every threshold and every meal had a place in a larger order. If one listens closely to the Roman system of temples, altars, and sacrifice, one hears a particular philosophy expressed without abstract language. The gods are near enough to be addressed, yet vast enough to require caution. Human life is fragile yet not abandoned, because exchange is possible, and the community can act to maintain alignment. Sacred space is created by law and ritual, but it remains physical, shaped by stone, wood, fire, and the movement of bodies. Sacrifice is communication, but it is also distribution, because the city must eat as it prays, and must bind itself together even as it honours the divine. In later chapters, as we move through specific gods, specific festivals, and specific myths, we will return to this foundation again and again. Roman mythology lives in stories, but Roman religious life lives in procedure, and it is through procedure, steady, repeatable, public, that Romans most often believed they met the gods. In the Roman imagination, the home was not a sealed private box separated from the gods by walls and roof tiles. It was a living boundary zone, a place where daily life touched powers that were assumed to be present, attentive and in subtle ways, demanding. The household was where religion became habitual, small and repeated, and where mythology existed less as long tales and more as a familiar vocabulary of names, images, and inherited actions. To step across the threshold of a Roman house was to enter a space shaped by custom, hierarchy, and a quiet dialogue with protective forces. The house had its own sacred geography, its own internal borders, and its own sense of what must be done to keep order intact. While the great temples of the city displayed Rome's public face, the household shrine expressed something older and more intimate. the belief that protection is maintained through small acknowledgements, offered often, offered correctly, and offered as part of the rhythm of work and eating. In this domestic setting, the gods were met not as distant sovereigns on high, but as companions of the hearth, the storeroom, the doorway, and the family name. Central to this domestic world were the lares and the penates, names that are often spoken together, yet represent slightly different shades of protection. The lares are commonly understood as guardian spirits of place and family, watchers who belong to the household's continuity and to the neighbourhood's older sacred boundaries. The penates are tied to provision and storage, the inner security of food and necessities, the safekeeping of what sustains life through winter and uncertainty. Both belong to a sphere where mythology is close to practice. They are not primarily celebrated through grand narratives of heroic adventure, but through the recurring act of acknowledgement. Romans could imagine these powers as invisible presences, yet they often gave them visible form, small figures in wood, bronze, or terracotta, or painted images on plaster walls. In domestic art, Lars may appear as youthful dancing figures holding drinking horns or offering bowls, symbols of festive protection rather than distant menace. The penates may be implied more than shown, associated with the storeroom and the inner stability of the household. The mythic content here is quiet, a sense of origin and guardianship rather than a dramatic plot. The physical focus of household worship was often a small shrine, later called a lararium by modern scholars, placed where the family could approach it as part of ordinary movement. In some houses it stood near the hearth, in others in the atrium, in others along a corridor or near a kitchen where smoke and labour were constant. Archaeology, especially from towns preserved by sudden disaster, shows niches and painted panels that frame these domestic cult spaces, sometimes with bright colours, sometimes with simple lines, sometimes with careful images of offering. A frequent motif in such paintings is the presence of serpents, often shown approaching an altar or a pile of offerings. These snakes do not represent a single universal myth, but rather a symbol of protective vitality, the quiet force of the earth and the household's prosperity. In front of the shrine, offerings could be placed, a little wine, a pinch of meal, a small portion of food, not as lavish spectacle but as regular recognition. The shrine did not remove the gods from the home, it marked their place within it, making the household's relationship with protective powers visible, repeatable, and easy to maintain. Household religion also had a human centre, the spirit of the family itself, often expressed through the idea of the genius of the head of household. The genius was not merely a personal guardian in the modern sense, and not simply a ghost-like double. It was a way of speaking about the generative force, authority, and continuity embodied in the family line. To honour the genius was, in effect, to honour the household's ongoing life, its capacity to produce descendants, maintain property, and preserve reputation. In ritual images, the genius is sometimes shown with a toga pulled over the head in the manner of a sacrificant, holding a bowl or pouring a libation, as if the household's own vital power participates in offering to the gods. Women also had related protective concepts, and the household as a unit carried its own sacred personality, though our evidence is uneven and filtered through later writers. What matters for understanding mythology is that the Roman home did not only host external divine powers, it also treated the family's own continuity as something sacred, worthy of formal acknowledgement. The myths of ancestors and origins, even when not told in full, lived here as assumptions, shaping how Romans understood themselves inside their walls. Daily ritual in a Roman house was often modest, but its very modesty gave it strength. It could be performed without special expense, without public announcement, and without the need for a priesthood beyond the family's own hierarchy. Before meals, a portion might be set aside for the household gods, a small offering that turned eating into an act linked with reverence. At the beginning of the day, a brief salutation or gesture at the shrine could acknowledge protection and ask for steadiness in work. On special dates, especially those marked by family memory, offerings might become more elaborate, with better wine, sweeter cakes, more careful arrangement of incense and flame. None of this required a myth to be recited aloud, yet the mythic world was present in the names used, in the gestures inherited, and in the sense that the household was part of a larger sacred order. Even the way a Roman approached the shrine, careful, attentive, sometimes veiling the head, expressed a worldview in which correctness mattered. The gods of the home did not demand philosophical explanations, they demanded continuity, and continuity was built from small repeated acts. The Roman house itself, as an architectural organism, shaped these encounters. The entrance, often narrow and controlled, was a sacred point of transition, and it is no accident that Roman religion gave special attention to doorways, hinges, and beginnings. A threshold is a legal boundary as well as a physical one, separating public street from private interior, and it was imagined as a place where harmful forces might enter, if not acknowledged and guarded. From the entrance one might move into the atrium, a space with an opening to the sky that admitted light and rain, and in that open roof and central basin the house met the elements. Water gathered, reflected the sky, and reminded inhabitants that even domestic life was not sealed away from the larger cosmos. Deeper within lay rooms for storage, sleeping, work, and, in wealthier homes, gardens and dining spaces. In such a plan, the domestic gods were not fixed only in one corner. Protection was distributed, because the household's vulnerabilities were distributed, at the door, at the hearth, at the storeroom, at the place where valuables were kept, at the place where children slept. Household mythology also includes the spirits of the dead, and here the Roman home touches memory and anxiety in equal measure. Romans maintained strong practices of ancestral remembrance, and even when the dead were buried outside the city and outside the home, they remained present in the household through names, rituals, and, among the elite, visible ancestral images. These ancestral images, displayed in prominent areas and carried in funeral processions, were not simply portraits. They were claims of continuity, proofs that a family had endured, and silent witnesses to obligations. The boundary between household guardians and ancestral spirits was not always sharply drawn, and later Roman writers could speak of the household as protected by forces that are both place-bound and family-bound. At certain times of the year, rites addressed the potentially restless dead, acknowledging that neglect could invite disturbance. In such moments, domestic religion shows its full character as maintenance. It does not only seek blessings, it also seeks calm, preventing the past from becoming harmful, keeping memory properly placed. The mythology here is not a single story, it is a structure of relationships, between living and dead, between house and street, between private continuity and the wider order. Children grew up inside this system of quiet, sacred habits, learning not through lectures, but through repetition. A child learned that some acts required a gesture toward the shrine, that certain days carried different rules, that the household's identity was not only a surname, but also a set of protected relationships. At key life transitions, the domestic gods were present as witnesses. The movement from childhood to adulthood, marked by changes in clothing and status, was not only social, it was also framed as a shift within a sacred household structure. Marriage brought a bride across a threshold into a new protective network, with new household gods and new obligations. The joining of families was therefore also a joining of domestic religious worlds, negotiated through ritual acts that managed boundaries carefully. The household was where Romans learned that religion was not occasional but continuous, and that mythology, even when not recited, lived as an environment. It surrounded the family like the walls of the home, shaping behaviour and expectations. In this way, domestic cult formed a kind of slow education, training Romans to think of the sacred as near, practical, and always involved in the stability of ordinary life. Domestic religion did not exist in isolation from the city. Neighbourhood life created shared sacred points, especially at crossroads, where local communities honoured protective powers together. Such crossroads cults linked the household to the wider urban fabric, reminding Romans that the boundary of protection extends beyond one family's door. Festivals that involved household participation could turn private shrines outward, as families prepared offerings, decorated spaces, and joined processions that braided many domestic units into a larger civic rhythm. The domestic gods, in this sense, were not rivals to the state gods, but their foundation. The state depended on households that were orderly, continuous, and capable of repeating the inherited acts that created peace with the divine. Even as Rome later developed imperial forms of sacred authority, and even as emperors encouraged honours to the genius of the ruler as a public symbol of unity, the domestic pattern remained familiar. The household taught people how to honour protective powers, how to make small offerings, how to treat continuity as sacred. The city's religion could expand to enormous scale, but it always rested on the ordinary discipline learned at home. What makes household mythology especially revealing is that it shows Roman religion at its most characteristic, not as spectacle but as habit, not as doctrine but as practice, not as a closed book of stories but as the lived arrangement of spaces, objects, and repeated gestures. The lares and penates represent a Roman instinct for protection that is local, concrete, and tied to sustenance. The genius represents the sacred dimension of continuity, the sense that family life is not merely biological or economic, but also bound to invisible obligations. The shrine, the offerings, the threshold, the hearth, and the remembered dead together form a domestic cosmos in miniature. When later poets tell grand myths of divine origins, and when historians trace Rome's destiny through heroes and kings, they speak from within a society that had already been trained to meet the sacred in small acts. In the next chapters, as we move outward from home to temple and festival, from household guardians to the gods of the city and the empire, we carry with us this domestic foundation, the slow Roman art of maintaining peace with the powers that dwell quietly in the places where people live. To understand the great public gods of Rome, it helps to begin with a simple observation. The Roman state preferred the language of institutions, and it tended to imagine divine power in the institutional form. Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, the so-called Capitoline triad, were not merely three popular deities gathered together by accident. They were a kind of sacred model of the civic body. Their joint presence on the Capitoline Hill, above the crowded markets and streets, created a visible statement that Rome's highest authority was not only human. The hill itself mattered. The Capitoline is not the largest of Rome's hills, yet it is steep, defensible, and easily marked as a crown of stone over the river corridor. In early Rome, when building materials were often timber, clay, and local stone, the decision to place a monumental temple on this height was a decision about permanence. A temple is a house for a god, but in Rome it is also a public archive of trust built from labour, money, and repeated ritual. The triad therefore represents an idea that sovereignty, protection, and skilled ordering belong together, and that the city is most stable when these forces are approached through regular ceremony. Jupiter, at the head of this triad, was Rome's most expansive divine presence, a sky god whose authority was felt in weather, oath, victory, and the moral meaning of public power. His most famous title, Optimus Maximus, expresses not narrative biography but rank, the best and the greatest, the god whose reliability must be assumed if treaties are to be sworn and armies are to take the field. In the Roman imagination, the sky is not empty. It is a field of signals, and Jupiter is the master of those signals, especially lightning and thunder. When magistrates sought auspices, when they tried to confirm that an action was permitted, they were in effect asking whether Jupiter's domain was aligned with their intention. This made Jupiter a god of law in the broadest sense, not because he wrote statutes, but because public legitimacy was believed to stand beneath his gaze. Temples to Jupiter appeared across the city and across the empire, yet the Capitoline Jupiter remained a centre of gravity, a place where vows were paid, triumphs ended, and the state's most visible promises were made tangible through sacrifice, smoke, and carefully spoken words. The Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline, in its earliest major form, was traditionally associated with the late regal period, and its dedication was later remembered as belonging to the opening of the Republic, traditionally placed at 509 before Christ. Ancient authors such as Livy and Dionysius of Halicarnassus preserve these traditions, and while modern scholarship debates many details of early chronology, the central point remains steady. Rome remembered the temple as a foundation marker, a sacred cornerstone for public identity. The building itself must be imagined through materials. Early Roman monumental temples were often built with stone foundations but rose in timber, with roofs decorated in painted terracotta. Brightly coloured roof ornaments, heavy with symbolic display, caught the sun above the city. The porch was deep, the steps wide enough for processions, the space before the temple designed to hold crowds, animals, attendants, musicians, and magistrates. The cellar housed divine images and sacred equipment, yet the heart of ritual was often outside at the altar, where fire could burn openly and where the city could see the act that bound it to its chief god. Juno, placed beside Jupiter, completes the image of divine sovereignty by adding protection, continuity, and the guarded integrity of the community. In Roman thought, Juno is not only a goddess of marriage and women, though she is deeply linked to these domains, she is also a state goddess, a guardian of Rome's identity as a collective body. Titles mattered, and Juno's titles reveal how Romans approached her, not merely as a character but as a function. As Regina, Queen, she stands in a posture that mirrors Jupiter's kingship, expressing the stability of rule and the dignity of public order. As Moneta, a title associated with memory and warning, she becomes linked to the safeguarding of the city, and later, to the place where coinage was produced, a reminder that money itself, stamped and trusted, depends on public confidence. As Lucina, she is tied to birth and the arrival of new life, which for Romans was never only private joy, but also the replenishment of households, citizens, and future soldiers. Through Juno, the state could imagine itself as a living family, protected not only by laws, but by sacred guardianship over beginnings, unions, and legitimate continuity. Minerva, the third of the triad, introduces a different dimension, the disciplined intelligence of making, measuring, and skilled action. In Greek terms, she is often paired with Athena, yet Minerva in Rome has her own emphasis, strongly connected to crafts, guild life, and the practical arts that allow a city to function. Where Jupiter governs the vast sky and Juno guards continuity and legitimacy, Minerva stands over the detailed work by which a community feeds itself, equips itself, and turns raw materials into ordered forms. One can linger here, because Roman religion often honoured what kept society stable at the level of tools and training. Minerva is present in weaving, dyeing, metalwork, carpentry, writing, calculation, and the learned disciplines of rhetoric and memory. She is also present in war, but not as raw violence. She represents strategic thinking, the careful arrangement of resources, and the mind that can hold a plan. Her festival, the Quinquatrus, traditionally associated with the 19th day of March and the days that followed, gathered craftsmen and performers into a religious rhythm, showing that skill was not merely economic, it was sacred, and that the city's intelligence was worthy of ritual honour. The triad's unity is as important as the individuality of its members. Rome did not place three gods together merely to create a neat theological diagram. It did so because public life demanded multiple kinds of divine stability at once. A state needs authority, it needs continuity, and it needs competence, the ability to build, to organise, to remember, and to teach. The Capitoline triad therefore functions like a sacred mirror of Roman civic ideals. In later centuries, when Rome expanded and encountered foreign peoples, this triad also became portable. Provincial cities built capitolia, temples or temple groups that echoed the Capitoline model as a way of expressing loyalty and integration into Roman order. Coins and inscriptions often invoked Jupiter, Juno and Minerva as protectors of the state, not only as myths but as guarantees. A person could worship many gods, Rome never demanded exclusive devotion, yet the triad marked the centre, the official face of divine partnership with the city. To honour them was, in a sense, to honour Rome's claim that its success was not accidental, but supported by correctly maintained relationships. The rituals associated with these gods were deeply physical, because Roman religion preferred visible enactment to abstract statement. When a major public sacrifice was offered to Jupiter, the victim was often a large and valuable animal, frequently a bull, carefully selected, led through crowds with attendants, adorned and controlled. The altar was prepared with fire, salted meal and wine, and the officiant, often a magistrate, spoke a prayer that aimed to be exact, naming the god with titles that reduced ambiguity. The soundscape mattered. Music could be used to maintain ritual calm, so that an ill-timed shout did not interrupt the formula. After the killing, the division of portions followed established patterns, part offered to the god through flame, part prepared for communal eating or distribution, binding the act to social cohesion. Juno's rites, depending on her title and context, could emphasize protection, marriage, or community continuity, while Minerva's cult could gather those whose work required skill and steady hands. The gods were met through repeated procedures, and the repetition itself, year after year, taught Rome that divine favour was maintained through discipline. It is also necessary to remember that the mythology surrounding these gods often grows richer in the hands of poets than it appears in early ritual life. Roman literature gives Jupiter speeches and passions, it gives Juno long resentments and fierce loyalties, it gives Minerva sharp intelligence and narrative drama. Yet beneath literature lies a more restrained religious structure, in which these gods are approached through titles, offerings, and public acts. Varro, the great antiquarian of the late Republic, tried to classify the gods in ways that show this administrative instinct, distinguishing between the gods as poets describe them and the gods as civic worship addresses them. This distinction is not hostility to myth, it is a Roman awareness that stories can decorate and explain, while ritual maintains and secures. In the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline, what mattered most was not a tale told aloud, but the fact that vows were paid, treaties sworn, triumphs concluded, and the state's promises made visible. Myth and ritual flowed together, but the stone and smoke were often the more stable language. If one stands in imagination at the foot of the Capitoline and looks upward, the triad can be felt as a kind of calm pressure on the city below. The hill gathers crowds, the temple gathers attention, and the gods gather meaning that can be shared by people who do not share the same education or the same private feelings. Jupiter offers the vastness of the sky as a symbol of authority that cannot be owned by any one man. Juno offers protection over the fragile chain of family and civic continuity, reminding Rome that power must reproduce itself through legitimacy and order. Minerva offers the disciplined intelligence by which a city makes itself real, turning wood into beams, wool into cloth, words into law, and plans into roads and walls. Together they form a sacred architecture, not only of stone but of values enacted through calendar, procession, and sacrifice. In the chapters ahead, as we move from these public peaks into other gods, other cults, and other myths, the Capitoline Triad remains a steady reference point, the central altar of Roman civic religion, and a reminder that in Rome, to speak of the gods is also to speak of how a city tried, patiently and repeatedly, to keep its world in order. In Roman mythology, lineage is never merely a family matter, and ancestry is never merely a private decoration. Bloodlines function as arguments, quiet but persistent, about why a people may claim land, why a city may claim destiny, and why certain families may claim authority. For that reason, two divine names return again and again whenever Romans speak about their origins with seriousness: Mars and Venus. They represent, in a sense, two forms of legitimacy. Mars anchors Rome to force disciplined by ritual and law. the ability to defend boundaries and impose order. Venus anchors Rome to continuity, attraction, and generative power, the ability to endure through dissent, alliance, and the careful weaving of kinship. These are not merely poetic themes, they are the mythic foundations upon which Roman identity was built, repeated in public ritual, engraved into monuments, and later used explicitly as political language by leaders who wanted the aura of divine ancestry. When Romans say that their city is born of Mars and guided by Venus, they are not only telling a story, they are sketching a moral map of what they believed Rome was and what it was permitted to become. Mars, at first glance, seems straightforward, the god of war. Yet in Rome, Mars is more complex than a simple patron of violence. He is also a god of agriculture and protection, a guardian of fields and herds, a power invoked to keep the community safe from threat, whether that threat comes as an enemy raid or as disease in animals. The early Roman calendar reflects this double character, because the month of March, named for Mars, marks both the opening of the campaigning season and the awakening of the agricultural year. The same energy that drives soldiers outward also drives seed upward. In this way, Mars belongs not only to battlefields but to boundaries, and boundary protection is a central Roman obsession. A boundary stone is law made visible, and Mars is the divine force that guarantees that law can be defended. This is why he stands so close to Rome's self-image as a disciplined military community, a people who organise violence rather than merely unleash it. Even the rituals associated with Mars, such as the movements of the armed priests who carried sacred shields, suggest a warlike energy that is ritualized, repeated, and controlled as if the city rehearses its own defense in symbolic form before it commits to real conflict. The most powerful mythic claim involving Mars is not a tale of his own adventures, but his role as father. The foundational story of Romulus and Remus, whatever its earliest form may have been, is in later Roman tradition anchored in the idea that the twins are born from a union between Mars and a mortal woman, Rhea Silvia. The name Rhea Silvia itself carries layers of meaning. She is associated with the royal line of Alba Longa, and her position as a Vestal, a guardian of sacred fire bound by vows of chastity, gives the story a tension that later Romans found morally instructive and politically useful. The myth tells Rome that its first king is not merely a clever bandit or a fortunate founder, but a figure with divine blood, and not the blood of any god, but of Mars, the god whose character matches Rome's later habits of conquest and defense. By making Mars the father, the myth claims that Roman violence is not random. It is inherited, sanctioned, and oriented toward the building of order. This does not make the myth gentle, it makes it explanatory. It turns the harshness of Rome's beginnings into a kind of natural fact, like a trait passed down through generations. Yet Roman bloodlines are never single-threaded, and Mars is not enough. A city can be founded by force, but it must be maintained by continuity, alliance, and the weaving of peoples into one civic body. This is where Venus enters with immense significance. Venus in Roman religion begins as a figure connected to fertility, gardens, and attraction. But in the hands of Roman literature and Roman political ideology, she becomes an ancestor of the people, and even more, an ancestor of particular families who claim the right to lead. The bridge between Venus and Roman identity is the Trojan story, especially the figure of Aeneas. In the Roman version of the Trojan inheritance, Aeneas is not merely a refugee and a warrior. He is the son of Venus and a mortal Anchises, which makes him both human and divine, and therefore an ideal carrier of destiny. Through Aeneas, Rome ties itself to the heroic age of Greek epic while also claiming a uniqueness that surpasses Greek city-states, because Rome becomes the place where Trojan endurance is finally rewarded. The mythic logic here is slow and careful. Troy falls, not because its people are worthless, but because fate has shifted. Aeneas carries sacred objects, household gods, and ancestral memory away from the burning city, and he becomes a moving vessel of continuity. His journey, as later Romans tell it, takes him across seas and coasts that are already familiar to Mediterranean trade, turning geography into narrative. When he reaches Italy, he does not simply conquer. He negotiates, marries, and founds lines that will eventually produce Rome. The divine blood of Venus, carried through Aeneas, becomes a justification for Rome's claim that it is destined, and that its destiny is not merely to exist, but to rule. Venus thus provides a mythic anchor for the idea that Rome's power is not only military, it is also reproductive, diplomatic, and civilizing, a power that absorbs and transforms rather than only destroys. In a world of constant warfare, this is a necessary mythic balance, because even Rome needed to believe that it could build as well as break. The pairing of Mars and Venus therefore creates a complete symbolic structure. Mars represents force, boundary defense, and the harsh necessities of survival in a competitive landscape. Venus represents continuity, attraction, alliance, and the soft power of kinship and legitimacy. In later Roman thought, especially in the age of Augustus, this pairing becomes a conscious political language. Augustus, emerging from civil war and seeking to present his rule as restoration rather than domination, emphasizes Venus through the Julian family's traditional claim of descent from Aeneas, and therefore from Venus. The goddess is honoured as Venus Genetrix, Venus the Mother, a title that transforms erotic beauty into ancestral authority. At the same time, Mars is honoured as Mars Ultor, Mars the Avenger, a title that transforms raw war into moralised retribution and public justice. The two gods together frame a narrative in which violence is justified as necessary and rightful, and peace is justified as the fruit of divine lineage and long destiny. This is mythology used as statecraft, but it remains mythology rooted in older patterns. The Roman habit of turning ancestry into an argument about legitimacy. It is also worth lingering on how these divine figures were experienced materially. Mars was not only a story and not only a symbol on a standard. He had temples, priesthoods, and festivals. The Field of Mars, originally a space outside the sacred boundary of the city, became associated with military musters, training, and civic assemblies, a reminder that the god's domain includes the organised body of citizens under arms. The physical location matters because it demonstrates how Rome placed war at the edge of its civic heart, close enough to be integrated, but far enough to be regulated. Venus likewise was present in temples and dedications, and her cult could blend private hopes for fertility and love with public claims of ancestry and destiny. A statue of Venus in a public space did not merely promise romance, it could also silently assert that Rome's ruling family stands under a mother goddess's protection. In this way, myth was carried not only by poets but by stone, by ritual calendars, and by the daily sight of divine images in streets and forums. When we speak of Roman bloodlines, we must also acknowledge that these myths serve to knit a diverse population into one imagined family. Rome was from early on a city of mixed origins, absorbing neighbours, former enemies, and migrants. Myth offered a unifying genealogy that could include many strands: a Trojan ancestor, an Italian landscape, a warlike divine father, a goddess mother. These stories allowed Romans to speak of themselves as one people even when their actual ancestry was complex. They also allowed Rome to project this identity outward, to claim that conquered peoples were not merely subjects, but potential participants in a larger Roman destiny. The language of ancestry could be extended, reshaped, and offered as a kind of inclusion, though always on Rome's terms. In that sense, Mars and Venus are not merely gods of war and love, they are gods of political imagination, the forces through which Rome explained how it could become vast without losing a sense of unity. So in the myth of Roman bloodlines, Mars and Venus do not simply decorate the story, they organise it. Mars makes the founding harshness intelligible, placing violence under the sign of divine paternity and disciplined defence. Venus makes the long endurance meaningful, placing survival, migration, and the building of alliances under the sign of divine maternity and continuity. Together they allow Rome to claim that its history is not accidental, that its rise is not only the product of human ambition, but the unfolding of a pattern inscribed in lineage. In the chapters ahead, as we move deeper into origin stories, into Aeneas and the fall of Troy, into Romulus and the shaping of the early city, we will see these two divine names appear again and again, sometimes openly, sometimes as quiet assumptions beneath the narrative. They remain for Rome the mythic parents of a people who believed that their power was both inherited and maintained, both fought for and promised, both hard as iron and soft as the continuity of a family name carried through time. The Roman origin story that begins with Aeneas is not the oldest layer of Italian religion, and it is not the only way Romans explained their beginnings, yet it became one of the most influential narratives through which Rome taught itself to remember. Its power lies in the mixture of distance and intimacy. Troy is far away, both geographically and emotionally, a city on the edge of the Greek imagination, already ancient when Romans began to claim it as an ancestor. Yet the story is also domestic, almost household in scale, because it is not only about armies and kings, it is about a man carrying his father, guiding his child and attempting to preserve the sacred objects of a family as the walls collapse behind him. In surviving literature, Aeneas appears already in Greek tradition, most famously in Homer, where he is a respected Trojan warrior with a divine mother, Venus in Roman terms, Aphrodite in Greek. The later and more detailed Roman form of his journey is shaped above all by Virgil, and then echoed and modified by Ovid and other writers. Livy and Dionysius of Halicarnassus preserve related traditions in prose. What we actually know, therefore, is not a single ancient report, but a layered construction, a myth refined over centuries until it could serve as both a poem and an identity. When Rome imagines the fall of Troy, it is imagining an ending that becomes a beginning. The city is portrayed as overwhelmed by a stratagem, consumed by fire, and fractured into fleeing households. In the Roman telling, Aeneas does not escape as a simple survivor, but as a carrier of continuity, guided by fate and defined by duty. The Latin term pietas, difficult to translate cleanly, expresses devotion not only to the gods, but to family and obligation, and Aeneas becomes its emblem. He is said to take his aged father Anchises upon his shoulders, to lead his son Ascanius, and to carry the Penates, the household gods whose preservation implies that the household itself can survive displacement. This is a mythic image that lingers because it is so material. The weight of an old man on the back, the small hand of a child, the fragile sacred objects that must not be dropped in confusion, these details bring the grand catastrophe down into the scale of a single corridor and a single doorway. The story insists that Rome begins not with triumph, but with evacuation, not with conquest, but with the careful salvage of what can still be saved. The journey that follows is often described as long and wandering, and its length is one of its meanings. Aeneas must be separated from any easy claim to Italy, because the Roman imagination wants its homeland to feel earned, not simply granted. In Virgil's sequence, the refugees move through a geography that is both real and symbolic, skirting coasts, entering unfamiliar harbours, testing alliances, burying the dead, and repeatedly being forced to leave again. The sea, in this narrative, is not merely water, it is an instrument of fate, capable of carrying and destroying with equal indifference. It also invites a practical kind of attention, because ancient seafaring was slow, seasonal, and dependent on winds and safe anchorages. Ships were built of timber that had to be cut, shaped, and fitted with pegs and bindings, their hulls sealed with pitch, their rigging made from twisted fibre, their sails woven cloth that strained and snapped under sudden gusts. A journey across the Mediterranean meant constant vulnerability, not only to storms but to shortages of fresh water, to damaged oars, to sickness in crowded quarters. The myth's wandering is therefore also a lesson in logistics, showing Rome's ancestor as a man who must manage survival before he can manage destiny. Roman tradition often describes Aeneas as seeking guidance through signs and oracles, and this fits the broader Roman habit of treating the universe as readable. He is directed toward a land that will become his home, yet the directions are rarely simple. They are filtered through ambiguous messages, through sacred places, and through the interpretation of what is seen in the natural world. In some accounts, the refugees attempt settlement in places that do not hold them, and are driven onward by misfortune or divine warning. This repeated failure is not mere plot. It is a way of portraying Italy as a destination that fate has reserved, and therefore a destination that cannot be replaced by convenience. The journey is also framed as the transfer of sacred inheritance. Aeneas is not only moving people, he is moving cult, the Penates and the memory of Trojan rites, which in Roman imagination later take root in Italian soil. Here the story becomes an explanation for religious continuity, a way to claim that Rome's piety is ancient, older than the city itself, carried across the sea like a living ember protected from wind. The myth makes the future city feel pre-authorized by sacred precedent, not invented, but transplanted. One of the most influential episodes in the later literary tradition is Aeneas's encounter with Dido at Carthage, where the story pauses to explore the tension between personal desire and public obligation. This episode is primarily known through Virgil's poem, and its historical value is not that it reports an actual event, but that it reveals how Romans thought about destiny and restraint. In this narrative, Aeneas is presented as capable of attachment and grief, yet ultimately compelled to leave, not because leaving is pleasant, but because leaving is required for the founding of a future people. The result is tragedy, and the tragedy is then used to explain future hostility between Rome and Carthage, turning later wars into the aftershock of an earlier wound. Even here, the story remains grounded in practical images. A harbour must be entered, ships must be repaired, timber must be cut, sails must be restitched, food must be gathered, and a leader must keep a displaced community from dissolving into private lives. The myth does not let the listener forget that a refugee fleet is an anxious organism dependent on discipline. In Roman eyes, Aeneas becomes a model of leadership precisely because he treats longing as subordinate to collective survival. As the journey moves toward Italy, the narrative begins to draw tighter circles around Latin places that later Romans could point to on the ground. Lavinium, associated with Aeneas's first settlement, becomes in Roman memory a sacred anchor, a site of ancient rites and early continuity. Alba Longa, founded by his descendants in later tradition, becomes a bridge between Trojan exile and Roman foundation, providing a royal line that can lead after generations to Romulus. Here the myth begins to behave like a genealogical machine, producing time, producing legitimacy, and producing a chain that connects a famous heroic war to a specific Italian landscape. Ancient authors differ in details, and modern scholarship is cautious about treating any of this as literal history. Yet the persistence of these place associations is important. They show that Romans wanted their myths to be geographically testable, tied to hills, rivers, and sanctuaries. The Tiber is not only a river in the story, it is a future artery of Rome's trade and power, and in myth it becomes a guide, bringing the refugee leader inward from the coast toward the land that will define his descendants. Italy in this narrative is not blank land, it is contested, inhabited, and already sacred. When Aeneas arrives, the story does not present an empty reception. The land is occupied by peoples with their own identities and gods, and the myth must therefore explain how a newcomer becomes a founder rather than a mere invader. The Roman solution is to frame the transition through alliance, marriage, and conflict that is ultimately made productive. Aeneas is linked to Latin rulers, and his settlement becomes, in the mythic imagination, an act of fusion, the joining of Trojan endurance with Italian rootedness. This joining is crucial for Roman self-understanding, because Rome later prides itself on incorporation, on turning outsiders into participants, and the Aeneas story provides an ancestral precedent for that habit. It also allows Rome to claim both foreign prestige and local legitimacy, Troy's heroic aura and Italy's ancestral soil. In literature, the final approach to Italy is often marked by a descent into the underworld, where Aeneas receives visions of future Roman greatness. This episode, again most fully known through Virgil, is not a historical report but a mythic device turning the future into something already seen, already promised, and therefore morally binding. What matters, in the end, is how the Aeneas origin story functions as the slow foundation rather than a sudden one. It does not begin with Rome already formed, and it does not begin with a ready-made empire. It begins with the fragility of refugees, the labour of travel, the stubborn requirement to keep a community together, and the insistence that sacred continuity can be carried across disaster. It also begins with the Roman habit of treating myth as an explanation for institutions. If Rome is a city of vows, the Aeneas story is a vow in narrative form, a promise that duty will be maintained until a home is secured. If Rome is a city of layered ancestry, the Aeneas story is a method of layering, binding a local Italian city to the larger Mediterranean past. In later chapters, when we turn from Aeneas to Romulus, we will move from wandering to enclosure, from ships to walls, from exile to boundary making. Yet the emotional texture of Roman identity remains marked by this earlier road, the long, disciplined movement from a burning city toward a promised landscape, where the gods of the household are set down again, and where myth claims that the future begins, not with ease, but with endurance. In Roman memory, the story of Romulus and Remus is not simply a charming tale about twins and a wolf. It is a compressed explanation for why Rome believed itself to be both sacred and dangerous. The narrative begins in the shadowy space where genealogy becomes politics. Later authors, especially Livy and Dionysius of Halicarnassus, describe a line of kings at Alba Longa, and a struggle between Numitor and his brother Amulius. The drama is not only about a throne, it is about continuity, because kingship in such stories is a claim about who may transmit authority into the future. Rhea Silvia, often described as Numitor's daughter, is forced into the role of a vestal, which is to say she is placed under a religious constraint meant to prevent legitimate heirs. When she becomes pregnant, the myth does not present the event as ordinary. It speaks of Mars as father, or at least of a divine origin, and in doing so it frames Rome's beginning as an intrusion of sacred force into a human attempt at control. From the first moments the story ties violence, law and divine will into one knot. The exposure of the infants is told as an act both cruel and procedural, a decision made by power, carried out by servants, and justified through the cold logic of eliminating rivals. The setting of this exposure matters because Rome's landscape becomes a character in its own founding. The Tiber, wide, silted and seasonally unpredictable, is not a decorative river in the tale. It is an instrument of fate. Floodwater can carry a small craft into resin mud or crush it against submerged branches. The traditional image is of a basket or small container drifting toward the low ground beneath the Palatine, where the river's edge was once closer than it is today. The air of such a riverbank is heavy with moisture, with insects, with the smell of wet wood and river plants. It is not an heroic stage. It is a place where people lose things, where bodies can disappear, where the boundary between land and water is uncertain. When the myth locates the twins in this setting, it gives Rome an origin in the marginal spaces of its own future territory. Neither fully urban nor fully wild, a threshold landscape where survival depends on chance and on whatever protection the gods may provide. The wolf in this story is one of the most famous images in the Roman world, yet it is also one of the most debated, even in antiquity. Livy tells the tale with a measured tone, presenting the she-wolf as a sign of destiny, but also noting that some interpret the story differently. The Latin word lupa can mean a wolf, but it could also be used as a harsh term for a prostitute, and later writers sometimes suggest that the nurturing figure might be human, not animal, or that the animal image is a symbolic veil placed over a more ordinary rescue. This uncertainty is not a flaw, it is part of the myth's function, because Rome is a city that often preferred layered meanings. If the wolf is literal, then Rome claims a nature that is fierce, nourished by the wild, chosen by an omen. If the wolf is figurative, then Rome claims a beginning among the lowly and the stigmatized, an origin that does not require purity in order to produce power. In either case, the wolf image expresses nourishment without comfort, protection without gentleness, the survival of the weak through the attention of something stronger. The place associated with this rescue, the area later called the Lupercal, links the myth to ritual. Romans preserved festivals, processions, and sacred sites that seemed to point backward into a prehistory of the city, and later antiquarians treated these survivals as evidence that the story belonged to the landscape itself. One can pause here and consider what it means for a city to remember through terrain. A cave or rocky hollow near a hill, a fig tree by a riverbank, a path that becomes traditional because generations walk it. These are forms of memory that do not require books. The Palatine Hill, with its slopes and terraces, later became crowded with elite residences, yet in Roman imagination it remained the place of huts and beginnings. Archaeology has indeed found traces of early habitation on the Palatine, though it cannot confirm the personal details of a myth. Still, the persistence of the hill as a memory anchor matters. The myth says that Rome begins with a shelter that is not marble but wood and thatch, with smoke from a hearth, with animals close by, and with the immediate need to survive the night. The human rescuers in the traditional narrative, Faustulus and Acca bring the story firmly into the world of pastoral labour. Shepherding in central Italy was not a gentle rural hobby, it was work that required constant movement, vigilance, and the ability to defend flocks against predators and thieves. A shepherd's equipment was simple but essential: a staff for control, a knife for practical use, perhaps a sling, and the knowledge of paths that thread through hills and scrub. If the twins are raised among such people, the myth is making a claim about Roman character. Rome is not said to be born in a palace, it is born among those who understand terrain, scarcity, and the need to assert control over animals and borders. Even the act of naming carries weight. The twins are not anonymous foundlings. They are given names that later Romans treated as echoes of ancient speech and ancient place, and those names become the first threads in a tapestry of identity. When they grow, their strength and violence are described as qualities that fit their environment, and the myth allows Rome to see its own later aggression as an inherited habit rather than a sudden moral fall. The movement from pastoral youth to political action is often told through recognition and reversal. Remus is captured, or accused, or brought before authority, and in the process the hidden genealogy is revealed. The details vary across sources, and this variation itself shows how myths adapt to different needs. Livy emphasizes moral and political themes, while Plutarch, writing in Greek and interested in character, adds anecdotes and interpretive colour. Dionysius often supplies alternative versions, sometimes more elaborate, reflecting different traditions he encountered. What remains consistent is the structure: a rightful line displaced by force, a concealed heir protected by chance, and a return that restores an older legitimacy. In this framework, the twins do not merely found a city, they correct an injustice, and they do so with the help of community support, whether from shepherd companions or from those loyal to Numitor. Rome thus receives an origin not only in divine blood, but in a narrative of restoration, which is a powerful political theme for a city that later justified many actions as returns to proper order. The contest between Romulus and Remus in the most familiar versions centres on boundaries, and in Rome boundaries are never merely lines on the ground. A boundary is sacred law made visible. The act of founding involves choosing a site, defining a perimeter, and marking the separation between inside and outside, between citizen space and foreign space, between ordered life and the surrounding uncertainty. In Roman tradition, the choice of hill becomes a dispute, the Palatine and the Aventine standing as rival claims, and the dispute is submitted to signs, especially the observation of birds. This detail matters because it places the founding under divine scrutiny. Yet even signs do not end conflict cleanly. The sources tell of arguments about which sign was earlier, which was greater, and what the gods truly indicated. Here the myth offers a sober lesson. Even sacred procedures can become grounds for rivalry when humans desire precedence. The founding furrow ploughed with a ritual plough becomes a physical inscription of law, a groove in soil that says this is where the city begins. The plough itself, with its iron point, its wooden beam, and the steady labour needed to pull it through earth, turns myth into a tactile act, a boundary created by resistance and effort. The death of Remus is the darkest element of the story, and Roman authors do not treat it as an incidental misfortune. It is presented as a kind of foundational wound, a moment when the boundary is defended by blood, and the new city's law is established through violence against kin. In some versions, Remus mocks the new walls and leaps over them, and Romulus kills him with words that express the inviolability of the city's limits. In other versions, the killing is attributed to a companion, or the circumstances are more confused. The very existence of multiple accounts suggests discomfort and the need to distribute blame, yet the core remains: Rome begins with fratricide or with fratricidal consequence. The myth thereby teaches that Rome's unity is not natural harmony, it is enforced order. It also offers an explanation for later Roman history, where civil conflict, the killing of citizens by citizens, returns again and again as a recurring pattern. By placing such violence at the beginning, the story does not excuse it, but it makes it feel ancient, almost structural, as if the city carries within its founding the seed of its own internal dangers. In the end, the Romulus and Remus narrative is less a simple tale than a compact theory of Rome. It explains why Romans revered boundaries, why they treated walls as sacred, why they imagined their power as sanctioned by signs, and why they could never entirely separate civic order from the memory of violence. It also explains why Rome could speak of itself as both chosen and self-made. The city is chosen because divine parentage and omens surround its beginnings. The city is self-made because it is built by hands that know soil, wood, and the hard necessity of defence. The wolf, whether literal or symbolic, remains a fitting emblem: nourishment paired with menace, protection paired with the capacity to harm. As we proceed to the next stages of Rome's early mythology, to the joining of peoples, the invention of institutions, and the slow transformation from a hill settlement into a state, we carry this origin forward, the awareness that Rome's first story is already about limits, and about what happens when a limit is tested, even by a brother. After the first boundary was scratched into the soil and after the first wall was imagined as sacred, the new settlement still faced a problem that cannot be solved by ritual alone. A city is not only a line on the ground, it is a population that must reproduce itself, feed itself, defend itself, and develop habits of cooperation strong enough to survive internal quarrels. Roman tradition therefore places, very early, a second founding problem beside the first: the problem of making a people. Ancient writers describe an initial Rome that draws men quickly: fugitives, debtors, displaced farmers, and ambitious youths from nearby communities, attracted by the promise of refuge and by the energy of a new centre on the Tiber. This story of an asylum is itself a kind of myth, not because migration did not happen, but because Rome later wanted to explain its mixed origins as a deliberate feature rather than an embarrassment. Yet a settlement made primarily of men is unstable. It cannot become a lasting civic body without families, without children, and without ties of marriage that turn neighbours into kin. The Sabines enter the tradition at precisely this point, as the most memorable answer Rome ever gave to the question of how a city turns strangers into citizens. The Sabines, as Rome imagined them, came from the uplands northeast of the city, from ridges and valleys that feed into the river systems of central Italy. Their country was not a single flat plain, but a landscape of folds, where travel follows river corridors and passes, and where communities can feel both close and stubbornly separate. Pastoralism and small-scale agriculture fit such terrain, herds moving seasonally, fields clinging to slopes, woodlands providing fuel, timber, and forage. In later Roman literature, Sabines acquire a reputation for severity, thrift, and old-fashioned virtue, a reputation shaped as much by Roman moral longing as by ethnographic fact. They are depicted as people of austere habits, close to the soil, wary of luxury, and deeply attached to ancestral rites. Whether this picture reflects early reality or later Roman storytelling, it matters because it made the Sabines an ideal partner in myth. To merge with the Sabines was to claim that Rome's mixed blood was not only foreign and chaotic, but also enriched by a serious, disciplined element. Geography supports the plausibility of the connection. Rome's early horizon was not the distant sea, but its nearest hills, and the Sabine world lay within the range of raiding, trading, intermarriage, and shared worship that shaped central Italian life long before any empire. The most famous version of the Sabine connection is staged as a festival, because festivals are where a community displays itself and invites others into its space. Roman tradition often places the event in connection with games held in honour of a deity associated with stored grain and hidden abundance, sometimes linked with the underground and with the safekeeping of supplies. The specific divine name varies in emphasis across accounts, but the setting remains consistent. A public gathering where neighbouring peoples are invited, where offerings are made, where music and athletic contests create noise and movement, and where attention is directed towards spectacle rather than suspicion. One can imagine the practical arrangements: temporary wooden seating, ropes and poles to define areas, attendants managing the flow of crowds, vendors carrying bread, fruit, and watered wine, and families arriving with children, expecting not battle but ritual and entertainment. This is the sort of occasion where a new city could demonstrate hospitality and strength at the same time. The story then turns sharply. At a signal, the Roman men seize the young women of the visiting community, and the festival space becomes a place of panic and separation, as fathers and brothers are pushed back and the captured are taken into the interior of the settlement. Ancient authors describe this seizure with the bluntness of a foundational wound, yet they also frame it as the beginning of lawful marriage within the new city. Here the modern listener must move carefully, because the Latin language used for this episode carries meanings that range from abduction to sexual violence, and later moral framing can soften what is, at root, coercion. Roman sources attempt to justify the act as necessity, arguing that without wives the city would die, and that the women would become honoured matrons rather than slaves. But justification does not erase the violence of the act itself. It is precisely the tension between brutality and incorporation that gives the myth its enduring power. The story is not only about taking, it is about transforming the taken into the core of a future civic body. In other words, the episode functions as an explanation for how Rome imagined its earliest citizen families, born from a rupture, then stabilised through custom, law and time. This does not mean the episode is a literal historical report. It may preserve in mythic form memories of inter-community marriage politics forced or negotiated, common in a world where small settlements competed for survival. Yet Rome chose to remember it as dramatic seizure, because drama makes a point that quiet arrangements do not. A people can be made, but making a people may leave scars. Conflict follows, because kinship ties do not dissolve quietly. The Sabine community, in the tradition, gathers force and marches against Rome, turning the private injury of families into a public war. Here, Rome's topography becomes central again, because the earliest city is not a single unified flat space, but a set of hills and low valleys, divided by marshy ground and connected by narrow approaches. The Capitoline hill, steep and defensible, stands as a prize, and Roman memory places a betrayal here, the story of Tarpeia, a figure whose motives shift across versions, sometimes greed, sometimes deception, sometimes tragic miscalculation. Her name becomes attached to a rocky height associated with punishment, a reminder that early Rome imagined treason and civic law as present from the start. The battle itself is described as occurring in the low ground between hills, where later Rome would build forums, basilicas and monuments, but where early Rome was closer to mud and water, with the smell of marshland rising in warm weather. In such terrain, combat is cramped and confused, shields collide, spears find gaps, men slip on uneven ground, and the outcome is not determined by elegant tactics but by endurance and pressure. The most striking feature of the Sabine War, in Roman telling, is not a decisive slaughter, but an interruption. The women who were seized, now positioned between their birth families and their new households, place themselves physically between the combatants. Ancient writers describe them as pleading for peace, not as abstract pacifists, but as people who have become the hinge of a new social reality. They are daughters of one side and wives of the other, and their bodies have become, in the story, the living proof that the two communities are already entangled. This scene is often presented as the moral heart of the myth, because it frames the founding of Rome not only as violence, but as the creation of mediation. The women are made into symbols of reconciliation and of the domestic bonds that can restrain male rivalry. It is important not to romanticize this role because their position is born from coercion, yet the myth insists that out of coercion came a new structure of kinship that neither side could ignore. The war ends not with total defeat, but with an agreement, and the agreement is portrayed as a merger, a joining of peoples that produces a larger civic body. In this way, Rome's identity is presented as composite from the beginning, not a pure tribe defending itself, but a social machine that can absorb others and turn them into Romans. The merger is given institutional form through the image of shared rule. Roman tradition tells of Romulus and a Sabine leader, often named Titus Tatius, reigning together for a time as if kingship itself could be a joint arrangement designed to stabilize a fused population. Whether or not such a dual rule occurred, its presence in the myth is significant. It acknowledges that incorporation requires visible power sharing, at least in the memory that later Romans wanted to preserve. The story then connects the merger to the organization of the early community, to divisions of citizens into groups with names that sound ancient and difficult to explain, and to the expansion of councils and assemblies. Such details often appear in Livy and Dionysius as part of their effort to show early Rome inventing the structures that later became the Republic's machinery. The myth also emphasizes religious integration. The Sabines bring their rites, their sacred names, and their sense of ancestral severity, and the combined community develops a shared calendar and shared public ceremonies. One of Rome's hills, the Quirinal, becomes linked in later thought with Sabine presence, and a divine name associated with civic identity, Quirinus, gains importance as a symbol of the citizen body in arms and at peace. Over time, Roman tradition extends Sabine influence further, weaving it into the image of the second king Numa, who is often presented as a Sabine chosen to rule after Romulus. This move is not accidental. By placing a Sabine figure at the origin of Rome's religious and legal institutions, the tradition suggests that Rome's ability to restrain violence and formalize ritual order came, at least partly, from the Sabine element. Numa becomes in the Roman imagination the inventor of priesthoods, calendars, and sacred regulations, a king who builds peace through procedure rather than conquest. Whether one treats this as historical memory or later moral storytelling, its structural meaning is clear. Rome needed to balance the harshness of its Romulus story with an image of disciplined piety, and the Sabines provided an ancestral partner for that balance. The myth of Sabine incorporation thus becomes a myth about Rome's internal composition, Mars and Venus at the divine level, and Romulus and Numa at the human level, force paired with regulation, expansion paired with ritual restraint. In this way, the Sabines are not a single episode but a persistent ingredient in Rome's self-explanation. When Romans looked back on this story, they were not only remembering an early conflict, they were remembering a method. The method is that Rome grows by turning outsiders into insiders, first through crisis, then through legal and ritual normalization. The Sabine women, in the narrative, become the first bridge, and the bridge is domestic, made of marriage ties, childbirth, and household continuity. The leaders become the second bridge, the political agreement that recognizes a new reality. The institutions become the third bridge, the reorganization of the citizen body so that merged communities can operate as one. The gods become the fourth bridge, because shared worship is one of the most effective ways to create shared identity in a world where literacy is limited and where public ritual is the main language of collective life. The myth therefore explains why Rome could later absorb Latins, Italians, and provincials and still speak as a single people. It also explains why Rome never fully forgot that incorporation can begin in violence. The story holds both truths at once, that a people can be made through fusion, and that fusion often begins with a wound. In the end, the Sabine episode functions as a charter myth, a narrative that authorizes later Roman habits. It tells Romans that their city was never a closed ethnic unit, and that Roman identity is something constructed through law, ritual, and incorporation, rather than inherited as a pure bloodline. At the same time, it places women at the centre of social creation, not as public office holders, but as the indispensable carriers of continuity, whose bodies and households turn conquest into population. It anchors these themes in specific hills and valleys, in the Capitoline, the Palatine, and the low ground between them, teaching Rome to see its own landscape as an archive of origins, and it offers, beneath its harshness, a quiet claim that the city's greatest strength is its capacity to convert conflict into structure, to turn enemies into kin, and to make from the friction of neighbouring communities a single civic body that can imagine itself in later centuries as the people of Rome. In the Roman imagination, Romulus is the founder who makes a city by force, by boundary, and by the dangerous clarity of command. Numa, who comes next in the traditional king list, is the founder of a different kind, a man who makes a city by restraint, by schedule, and by the slow accumulation of correct acts. Livy, Dionysius of Halicarnassus, and Plutarch all describe him as a Sabine, summoned to rule after the violence of the first reign, as if Rome itself recognized that endurance requires more than victory. The story is shaped to feel like a remedy. Where Romulus gives Rome walls, Numa gives Rome habits. Where Romulus kills a brother, Numa quiets the city's inner noise. Yet even at the level of myth, Numa is not portrayed as a dreamer detached from power. He is portrayed as someone who understands that power must be held inside an invisible frame, a frame made of sacred law, priestly memory, and the careful division of time. In this way, the Numa story is not only about one king, it is a Roman theory of stability, the idea that a community is safest when it can turn its anxieties into ritual, and its violence into regulated tradition. The sources that tell Numa's story are late compared to the supposed age they describe, and that distance matters. Rome's earliest centuries left few surviving written narratives, so later authors reconstruct the regal past through a mixture of family traditions, public records, ritual survivals, and moral imagination. Livy writes with a historian's voice, but he also writes with an educator's purpose, shaping early kings into lessons about virtue and decline. Plutarch writes as a biographer, attentive to character and symbolism, interested in how a life can illustrate a moral pattern. Dionysius, a Greek author living in Rome, often tries to present Rome as respectable and orderly, making its early history appear compatible with Greek expectations of civic religion. Even the antiquarian Varro, though closer in spirit to early ritual detail, writes in an age when Rome is already vast, and when tradition is an object of study as much as of instinct. What we can say, therefore, is that Numa may preserve memories of early institutional development, but the Numa we meet in literature is also a crafted figure, a personification of Rome's wish to believe that its religious order was invented deliberately, with care and with a sense of divine guidance. This guidance is expressed most famously through the figure of Egeria, a nymph or divine woman associated with a spring and a grove, who is said to advise Numa in secret. The motif is old and widely understandable. Law comes from a place that feels older than human argument, and the lawgiver receives it not in the shouting space of politics, but in a quiet landscape of water, shade, and repeated natural sound. Whether or not any historical ruler consulted a priestess, a seer, or a sacred place, the myth makes a point that Romans valued, that sacred rules are not arbitrary. They are received, discovered, or at least justified as aligned with a larger order. In the story, the grove and the spring are not ornaments. They are a reminder that Rome's religion did not begin only in stone temples and marble forums, but also in older Italian habits of honouring natural places where the divine felt near and watchful. Numa's authority is strengthened because it appears to rest on something beyond personal ambition. The king becomes a vessel for tradition rather than its owner, and this is precisely the posture Rome wanted sacred authority to have. The heart of the Numa myth is the invention of priesthoods, the creation of offices whose entire purpose is to remember correctly. Romans often treated memory as a civic resource, not only the memory of wars and ancestors, but the memory of how to do things in the right sequence. A ritual, once established, becomes a form of law, because it defines what the community owes the gods and what the community must do to repair error. The story credits Numa with organising the main priestly roles, including the pontifices, a group responsible for sacred rules and the regulation of religious practice, and the augurs, specialists who interpret signs and define sacred space for observation. It also connects him with priests devoted to particular gods, including flamines, and with distinctive ritual groups such as the Sailiae, armed priests known for ceremonial movement and the carrying of sacred shields, and the Vestal Virgins, guardians of the sacred fire whose continuity symbolises the city's continuity. Whether these institutions emerged all at once or gradually, the myth frames them as a deliberate architecture, built to outlast any single ruler. Priests in this view are not magicians, they are caretakers of procedure, and procedure is the skeleton of Roman religion. Numa is also tied, in tradition, to the ordering of time itself, because a community that cannot schedule its obligations cannot claim to be stable. Roman calendars, even in their later stone forms, reveal a world where days are divided into those suitable for legal business and those restricted by sacred rule. The Numa story presents this structure as an invention, an act of measuring that turns the year into a shared civic instrument. It includes the regulation of festivals, the establishment of fixed dates for certain rites, and the broader shaping of a public rhythm in which the gods receive their portion of attention across the seasons. Ancient authors describe adjustments to months and the division of the year in ways that reflect later Roman concerns about proper alignment, and modern scholarship recognizes that calendar development was complex. Still, the mythic meaning is clear. By attributing the calendar to a wise king, Rome claims that its time is not random. It is consecrated. The year becomes a tool for coordinating agriculture, politics, and worship, so that the city can act as one body rather than as a crowd of disconnected households. In Rome, controlling time is a form of controlling fate, because it ensures that obligations are met before anxiety turns into crisis. Another element that often appears in the Numa tradition is the transformation of war into regulated conduct. Rome could not pretend to be a people without war, not even in myth, yet it could insist that war must be framed by law and by sacred seriousness. The story connects Numa with the establishment or strengthening of practices that govern treaties, oaths, and formal declarations. Later Roman tradition speaks of priests involved in international ritual, the fetiales, who are associated with the proper procedures for making demands and swearing agreements. Even if the details of early practice are hard to recover, the point remains that Romans wanted to believe that violence to be legitimate must pass through a sacred gate. This is why the Temple of Janus becomes symbolically important in the kingly narratives, with doors imagined as open in wartime and closed in peace. The image may be more symbolic than literal in its earliest form, yet it offers a powerful metaphor. Peace is not the absence of motion. Peace is a condition that must be marked, maintained, and publicly recognised. By placing Janus and treaty ritual within Numa's reign, Roman memory gives itself an ancestor for legal restraint, a way to say that even before empire, Rome understood that order depends on rules that stand above immediate impulse. The Numa myth also explains sacred boundaries, not only the walls of the cities, but the smaller, more intimate borders that keep property and community stable. Roman religion honoured boundaries through divine attention, and one of the most suggestive figures in this sphere is Terminus, the divine presence associated with boundary stones. The boundary stone is a simple object, often rough, sometimes shaped, set into the ground where fields meet. Its power is not in beauty, but in permanence, and in the agreement it represents. The mythic imagination treats such stones as sacred, because the stability of agriculture and inheritance depends on boundaries being respected. If boundaries can be moved at night, then law collapses into private force. The Numa tradition, by linking sacred law to boundary respect, portrays him as a founder of social trust. A farmer can plant and harvest with more confidence when the border is protected by both human penalty and divine displeasure. Here religion becomes practical in the deepest sense. It is not separate from economics. It is the sacred reinforcement of the rules that allow neighbours to live near one another without constant feud. By making boundary respect a religious matter, Rome claims that its order is written into the landscape and that land itself participates in law. What makes Numa especially useful to Roman memory is that he functions as an explanation for why tradition feels ancient and unquestionable. Traditions are often invented slowly, by accident, through repetition and through the gradual accumulation of habits. Rome, however, liked to imagine that its most important customs had an origin that could be named, and that origin could be placed in a time before political factions, before personal ambition corrupted public life. Numa becomes the person who gives the city its sacred archive, even if that archive is partly imaginary. He stands for the idea that religion is older than politics, even though in practice the two are intertwined. He also stands for the idea that correct ritual is a form of peace, because it channels uncertainty into predictable response. When prodigies appear, when sickness spreads, when a harvest fails, a city with priestly memory can perform expiation and feel that it has acted. The alternative is helplessness. Numa, therefore, is not only a pious king, he is the mythic inventor of Rome's coping mechanisms, the calm system by which the community persuades itself that it remains in alignment with powers greater than itself. Yet Roman writers were not entirely naive about the uses of such a myth. They lived in an age when tradition could be invoked as a weapon, when political figures could claim to restore ancient custom while pursuing modern power. The figure of Numa is already in antiquity a tool for argument. To say that a practice goes back to Numa is to say it is as old as the city's conscience, and therefore difficult to challenge. This is why later antiquarians and jurists cared about tracing rights to early kings, and why poets could evoke Numa as a symbol of old Rome, simpler, quieter, more disciplined than the luxurious present. At the same time, the story preserves a genuine insight that societies endure by creating roles dedicated to continuity. Whether Numa existed as tradition describes, or whether his portrait is an accumulation of many early developments, the myth remains accurate in its social logic. A city becomes a people not only through conquest, but through shared time, shared rituals, shared boundaries, and shared ways of repairing error. In the long perspective of Roman mythology, the reign of Numa is a second foundation, less dramatic than Romulus, yet in some ways more lasting. Walls can be breached, but calendars can continue. A king can die, but priesthoods can persist. The Numa story teaches that Rome's power rests not only on Mars, but on the ability to regulate Mars. to place force inside an orderly frame. It teaches that the gods are met not only in moments of crisis, but in the steady repetition of correct acts performed by people whose social purpose is to remember. And it offers Rome a comforting origin for its own sense of sacred legitimacy, the claim that its rituals were not improvised in panic, but established under divine guidance beside a spring beneath trees, in the quiet where words can be spoken carefully and recorded in memory. As we move onward, from early kings to the expanding city and its growing pantheon, Numa remains in the background like a persistent echo, the voice of Rome saying that tradition, even when invented, becomes real through repetition, and that a people is made not only by force, but by the slow discipline of shared sacred life. For Romans, time was not an empty sequence of days that happened to pass. It was a substance that had to be managed, divided, and honoured, because the survival of a community depended on doing the right work in the right season. The Roman year, even in its later urban complexity, remained rooted in the agricultural cycle, in ploughing, sowing, guarding shoots, and gathering harvest. And the gods of this cycle were not distant symbols, they were partners in endurance. A calendar was therefore not only a tool for counting, it was a sacred schedule, a public agreement about when the city might conduct law, when it must pause, when it must sacrifice, and when it must acknowledge forces that governed rain, seed, and fertility. The year was felt in the body, in cold and heat, in the availability of fresh greens, in the arrival of stored grain, in the threat of hunger that always hovered near the edges of ordinary life. In such a world, a god of agriculture is also a god of time, because agriculture is time made visible, and the year is a field that must be worked with patience. Saturn stands at the winter end of this cycle, where life appears to slow and retreat, and where the city turns inward towards storage, memory, and the management of what has already been gathered. In later Roman tradition, Saturn is connected with an ancient age of abundance, a time when the earth gave freely, and when labour was lighter, a mythic golden age that functions as both nostalgia and moral contrast. Yet Saturn's Roman presence is also intensely civic and material. His temple in the Forum was not only a religious building, it became associated with the keeping of public wealth, a reminder that grain and money share a similar logic. Both are stores of survival that must be protected through trust. Saturn's festival, Saturnalia, fell in the darkest part of the year, when daylight is short and the mind turns toward household warmth, and it allowed the city, for a brief span, to loosen the ordinary stiffness of hierarchy. That loosening was not chaos, it was a controlled inversion, a ritual release that acknowledged the strain of social order, and then returned to normal life with the sense that the year had been properly marked. To understand Saturnalia as Romans experienced it, one must picture not a single dramatic ceremony, but a spreading atmosphere that moved through streets, workshops, kitchens, and dining rooms. The festival belonged to the season when granaries were full, or at least hoped to be full, and when the field itself could not be worked in the same manner as spring. It was a time of gifts, of small objects exchanged, of candles and lamps that answered the long nights with human light, and of meals that carried a memory of harvest into winter. Saturn in this setting is less the frightening devourer of later Greek myth and more the keeper of stored plenty, the divine shadow behind the jar of grain and the sealed door of the storeroom. Even the idea of temporary freedom, of loosened rules, echoes an agricultural reality. The most urgent labour has passed, and the community can afford a brief softness. Roman poets later painted Saturnalia with bright social colour, yet beneath that colour lies a structural truth. The year requires moments of release, and the gods of time are honoured not only through sacrifice, but through the careful placement of celebration where it supports endurance. Ceres stands at the other end of the same cycle, not in the stored darkness of winter, but in the growth that must return, the green that rises from soil that seemed dead. In Roman religion, Ceres is the guardian of grain, of sowing and harvest, and by extension of the fragile stability of households that live close to hunger. She is often associated, through cultural contact with the Greek Demeter, and Roman writers were aware of these parallels, yet Ceres in Rome also acquired a distinctly civic role, tied to the identity of the common people and to the politics of food. Her major temple on the Aventine, traditionally shared with Liber and Libera, belonged to a part of the city that carried strong plebeian associations, and this location mattered, because it linked divine care for grain with the social body that most directly suffered when grain was scarce. Festivals for Ceres, including the Cerilia, placed her in the public calendar as a power whose favour was not ornamental but necessary. She was approached not only with prayer, but with the steady insistence that the city must be fed, and that feeding is a sacred obligation. The mythology around Ceres is filled with the language of loss and return, the fear that growth can vanish, and the hope that it can be restored through proper relationship. Even when Roman ritual did not retell Greek narratives in full, the symbolism of the torch, the search, and the movement between absence and presence remained powerful. Because agriculture itself is an annual disappearance and reappearance. Grain is hidden, buried, and then returned, and that motion feels like a small resurrection repeated in every field. To appreciate how Romans linked this to divine care, one must slow down into the material life of grain. Seed must be selected, kept dry, guarded from mould and rodents, and then entrusted to soil at the right moment. The plough must cut the earth to the right depth, the oxen must be healthy, the furrow must be straight enough to be useful, and the sower must pace himself so the seed is not wasted. Later, shoots must be protected from trampling, from drought, from blight, and from the red dust of rust that can ruin a crop. In such a system, Ceres is not an abstract mother. She is the name Romans gave to the fragile miracle of repetition. The Roman year, however, did not rely on Ceres and Saturn alone. It was supported by a dense constellation of rites that treated every stage of the cycle as worthy of sacred attention. There were rituals for purification of fields, rituals for protecting crops from disease, rituals for thanking the powers that allow baking and storage, and rituals that marked the boundaries of farms so that labour would not be undone by theft and dispute. A grain harvest becomes bred only through a chain of work, cutting, bundling, threshing, winnowing, grinding, kneading and baking, and every link in that chain creates a point where loss can occur. Roman religion often responds to such vulnerability by multiplying acknowledgements. If a crop can be threatened by unseen forces, then an offering can be made to the power that restrains those forces. If a year can be broken by drought, then a vow can be spoken with care. Even the simple fact that fire transforms grain into edible bread makes the hearth a sacred instrument, and the oven a kind of domestic altar. In this way, time becomes a ritual landscape, and the year is experienced as a sequence of sacred tasks. In the city of Rome, these agricultural gods took on an even sharper meaning, because the city was large enough that it could not feed itself from its immediate fields. As Rome grew, grain became an imperial concern brought by ship from distant regions, stored in vast warehouses, and distributed through systems that were both economic and political. A god of grain in such a city is also a god of logistics. One must imagine the grain fleet, the seasonal timing of voyages, the vulnerability to storms, the need for safe harbours, the unloading of sacks, the measuring of quantities, and the guarding of stores against theft and corruption. Along the river and near ports, warehouses rose with thick walls, cool interiors and disciplined accounting, because a city can riot when bread is scarce, and a government can fall when supply fails. Ceres, therefore, becomes not only the goddess of the field, but the goddess of the grain line, the long chain that ties foreign harvest to urban mouths. Saturn, as the divine figure of stored abundance, also belongs here, because storage is time made physical, the future protected against the unpredictability of weather and politics. The rituals that circled the year also circled space, because agriculture depends on knowing where one field ends and another begins, and because communities depend on shared recognition of those borders. processions that moved around fields, lustrations that purified boundaries, and sacrifices that asked for protection. These acts treat the landscape as a moral object, something that can be kept clean, kept safe, and kept productive through correct attention. The year in Rome was therefore not only marked by festivals inside the city, it was also marked by the repetitive movement through land, by walking the perimeter, by naming the gods, by making small offerings where paths met, and by recognizing that the earth is worked not only with tools, but with agreements. This is where the agricultural year overlaps with the Roman obsession with law, because the same community that depends on grain also depends on trust, and trust depends on boundaries that cannot be shifted at night without consequence. In such rites, Saturn and Ceres stand behind a wider sacred order, in which the field is a place of work, but also a place where cosmic stability is negotiated. When Romans spoke implicitly or explicitly of the year as a sacred cycle, they were offering themselves a form of reassurance. The seasons can be feared because they bring hunger and illness as well as growth, yet they can also be trusted because they return. Saturn, in his winter festival and his association with stored plenty, marks the moment when the city acknowledges the darkness and answers it with controlled celebration and with the careful guarding of resources. Ceres, in her rites and her civic importance, marks the moment when the city looks to the soil and asks for the return of life, not as a vague hope, but as a duty maintained through offerings, calendars, and practical care. Together they make Roman time feel inhabited, not empty, and they allow the year to be experienced as a dialogue rather than a threat. In the chapters that follow, as we move into the underworld, into spirits, and into the many imported and local cults that filled Roman life, this agricultural foundation remains beneath everything, the quiet truth that a civilization is built, first on the ability to make food return and to make time, like grain, dependable enough to survive. For Romans, the underworld was not only a distant region beneath the earth, it was also a boundary condition that touched the living world at many points, in sleep, in memory, in ritual obligation, and in the quiet fear that the dead, if neglected, might become restless. Death was treated as a rupture in the social fabric, not merely the end of breath, but the sudden creation of a new kind of relationship, one that required careful management. The living did not simply lose a person, they acquired an ancestor, or in darker possibilities, an unsettled spirit. Roman religion, which was so often concerned with correct procedure, approached death in the same way. There were proper words, proper days, proper offerings, and proper distances. The dead belonged to the earth and to the gods below, yet they also belonged to the family, because the family's continuity depended on remembering and honouring those who had gone before. In this sense, Roman mythology of the underworld is not only a set of stories about shadowy regions, it is a practical system for keeping the boundary between the living and the dead stable, so that the city can remain calm and the household can endure. The most visible expression of this boundary is the grave, placed deliberately outside the shared space of ordinary living. Roman custom and law treated burial within the city as problematic, and therefore the edges of Rome and its roads became lined with tombs, creating corridors of memory that greeted travellers as they entered and left. The tomb was both an anchor and a message. It anchored the dead to a specific place, reducing the sense that the spirit might wander, and it communicated the identity of the deceased to strangers, using carved names, titles, and brief statements of affection or achievement. Archaeology shows a wide range of tomb types, from simple markers and small urns to elaborate family monuments, all speaking in stone about social status, craft, pride, and the desire to be remembered. Cremation and inhumation both appear across Roman history, shifting in the popularity across centuries and regions, and the form chosen often depended on local tradition, cost, and changing cultural fashion. Yet beneath the variety lies a consistent logic. The dead must be given a proper place, the body must be transformed through recognised ritual, and the family must demonstrate that it has fulfilled its obligation, because neglect is not only shameful, it risks spiritual disorder. In Roman religious language, the dead were often gathered under the name manes, a term that suggests a collective presence rather than a single personality. The manes are not always described in vivid narrative. They are approached through formula, through the quiet assumption that the dead continue in a muted state, requiring respect and remembrance. This respect took concrete forms. Families visited tombs, brought offerings of food and drink, poured libations, and left small gifts that were both symbolic and nourishing in intention. The calendar contained periods devoted to the dead, especially the parentalia, a sequence of days when families honoured ancestors, and the household rhythm turned outward toward graves. These rites were not designed to summon dramatic apparitions. They were designed to maintain calm reciprocity, acknowledging that the living enjoy the inheritance of the dead and must therefore repay with attention. In this context, an afterlife belief can feel less like a doctrine about heaven and more like a social contract extended beyond death. The dead are present as memory and as obligation, and the living protect themselves and honour their own identity by keeping that obligation intact. Yet Romans also imagined that not all dead were equally calm, and this is where the underworld becomes shadowed by anxiety. Later Roman writers speak of spirits that are restless, harmful or resentful, often named with words that suggest wandering and disturbance, such as lemurs or larvae. These terms are not always used consistently, and that inconsistency is itself revealing. It suggests that popular belief about dangerous spirits was widespread enough to require names, but fluid enough that boundaries between categories were not always clear. The key point is that Romans accepted the possibility that improper burial, violent death, or neglect could produce spiritual imbalance. To manage this, the calendar included rites aimed at expelling or appeasing harmful presences, most famously the Lemuria, when the head of household performed a nocturnal sequence of gestures and offerings designed to drive away or satisfy wandering spirits. Such rites are described in literature, especially in Ovid, and they carry a texture that feels older than the poem that preserves them, a pattern of domestic action meant to secure the house against unseen intrusion. The underworld, in this sense, was not only below ground, it was a pressure at the edges of the home, controlled through repeated ritual. At the level of story and poetic imagination, Roman writers built more elaborate maps of the world below, and these maps have shaped modern expectations. Virgil, in the 6th book of the Aeneid, presents an underworld journey that is both mythic narrative and moral architecture, with regions of punishment, fields of quiet rest, and gatherings of souls who carry the weight of what they did in life. This is not a neutral report of what all Romans believed. It is a crafted vision, influenced by Greek models and philosophical ideas, designed to give Aeneas a revelation of destiny and to offer Rome a moral geography. Yet even as literature expands and dramatizes, it draws on older assumptions. The dead exist as a community. They are reachable in special circumstances. They dwell in a realm separated by barriers, often imagined as rivers, gates, and dark thresholds. The living need guides, rituals, and divine permission to cross those boundaries even briefly. In these stories, the underworld is not chaotic, it is structured, which matches the Roman instinct to impose order on the invisible. The gods associated with the world below also reveal this mixture of restraint and vividness. Romans spoke of Disparta as a power of the underworld, a figure of wealth and depth, because what lies beneath the ground includes both the dead and the hidden resources of the earth. Proserpina, often paired with him, carries the logic of seasonal return, the movement between darkness and surface life, a theme that links the underworld to agriculture as much as to death. Other names appear, such as Orcus, sometimes imagined as a punishing force, and Pluto, a Greek name absorbed into Roman speech. Yet in everyday practice, the gods of the underworld were often approached indirectly with caution, because the dead were powerful in a different way than the gods of the open ski. Even Mercury, so often associated with trade and movement, appears in some traditions as a guide of souls, a psychopomp who manages crossings. Mythic images of Charon and the river Styx, borrowed and adapted from Greek tradition, became familiar through art and literature, but they sit beside quieter Roman habits: the tomb offering, the memorial day, the careful naming of the manes without excessive curiosity about their exact location. Alongside religious and poetic visions, Roman thought also contained philosophical approaches that complicated and sometimes contradicted popular imagery. Some educated Romans, influenced by Epicurean thought, treated death as the end of sensation and therefore as nothing to fear, a position associated with writers like Lucretius, who aimed to dissolve anxiety by denying the persistence of personal consciousness. Others, shaped by Stoic or Platonic tendencies, could speak of the soul's endurance, of cosmic reason, or of a return to a larger divine order, though often without insisting on a single literal geography of punishment and reward. Cicero, in his philosophical works, preserves arguments about the immortality of the soul that reflect the diversity of elite discussion, and the very existence of these arguments shows that Roman belief was not uniform. Funerary inscriptions, too, sometimes speak in tones that range from confident hope to simple resignation, and their variety reminds us that the Roman underworld was not a single official doctrine. It was a set of overlapping practices and images, held together by the social necessity of burial, remembrance, and the avoidance of spiritual disorder. The funeral itself, the passage from living body to remembered name, was a key point where underworld belief became visible. Romans staged funerals as processions, moving the dead through public space toward the place where the boundary is crossed. For elite families, the funeral could become an exhibition of ancestry and continuity, with ancestral images and public speeches that turned personal death into civic narrative. For humbler families, the acts were simpler, yet still structured, because even modest burial required coordination, cost, and communal recognition. The grave marker, the offering, the repeated visit, these acts trained the living to accept that the dead are now part of a different category of relationship. The underworld, therefore, was not only feared, it was integrated into the city's self-understanding. A Roman walking along a road lined with tombs was walking beside an archive of the dead, and the presence of that archive reinforced the idea that life is temporary, reputation is fragile, and continuity depends on being remembered and properly placed. Death was thus both an ending and a mechanism by which Roman society reproduced itself through memory. In the end, Roman mythology of the underworld is best understood as a layered system. At the deepest level, it is a practice of boundary maintenance, ensuring that the dead are honoured, contained, and transformed into ancestors rather than threats. Above that lies a vocabulary of spirits, manes, lemures, and other names that express both reverence and anxiety, acknowledging that the dead can be calm or restless depending on how the living behave. Above that lies the rich literary architecture of poets, where underworld journeys become moral maps and destiny is displayed through shadowy crowds of souls. And alongside all of it lies philosophical disagreement, the educated argument about whether anything persists after death and what kind of persistence it could be. Rome did not resolve these layers into one simple creed. It lived with them, and by living with them, it maintained a practical peace. The dead were given their place, the living were given procedures, and the underworld remained, like the earth itself, a vast and unseen presence that could be approached with care, spoken of with restraint, and managed through ritual so that life above ground could continue in steady order. Roman mythology does not keep a strict border between what is native and what is borrowed, because Rome itself did not keep a strict border between what was originally Roman and what had become Roman through use. As the city expanded, it acquired not only land and taxes, but stories, images, and sacred names, and these arrivals did not remain foreign for long. A hero could arrive as a Greek figure on a painted vase, then appear again as a statue in an Italian sanctuary, and finally become familiar enough to be placed on a coin or invoked in a public oath. In this process, imported legends were not simply copied, they were refitted to Roman habits of thought. The Romans preferred myths that could explain a place, a ritual, a family claim, or an ethical standard, and they tended to treat heroic narrative as a storehouse of examples rather than as a separate realm of fantasy. A foreign hero therefore often became a Roman ally, a protector of commerce, a patron of labour, or a witness to an old treaty. Monsters too were absorbed, but monsters in Roman hands often serve as symbols of disorder that must be subdued so that boundaries, roads, and markets can exist without fear. The result is a mythology that looks Greek in its outlines, yet Roman in its purpose, practical, civic, and anchored to the city's need to explain itself. No imported hero became more deeply at home in Italy than Hercules, known in Greek as Heracles, yet adopted so thoroughly that Romans could speak of him as if he had always belonged to their landscape. His presence in Roman myth is not only literary, it is geographical, tied to the cattle route, the river crossing, and the practical economy of early Rome. In tradition, Hercules passes through Italy after taking the cattle of Geryon, bringing with him a moving wealth that must be guarded against theft. Near the future site of Rome, the story introduces Cacus, a local monster or brigand figure, whose very name becomes a sign of harmful concealment, because he steals by hiding tracks and distorting the evidence of movement. This struggle between Hercules and Cacus is therefore more than an entertaining fight. It is a myth about the protection of exchange, and about the moral right to defend property in a world where roads are dangerous. The location most often associated with Hercules in Rome is the area near the cattle market by the river, the Forum Boarium, where later tradition placed an ancient altar, the Ara Maxima. Here Roman religion and imported legend fuse, because an altar is a public fact and the myth becomes an explanation for why that altar exists, why merchants and cattle traders might honour a foreign strongman, and why labour itself could be framed as sacred. When Romans met Hercules in ritual and in art, they met him as a model of work that produces order. His famous labours, as they circulated in Roman culture, offered a sequence of controlled hardships, each one an encounter with a monster, a violent environment, or an impossible task, and each one ending in a restored boundary. This pattern suited Roman taste because it aligns heroism with usefulness. A swamp drained, a beast killed, a dangerous path made passable, a foreign threat subdued. These are not private adventures, they are public benefits. In Roman moral language, the hero becomes a figure of virtus, a word that suggests courage, excellence, and the capacity to act effectively under strain. Roman patrons displayed Hercules in their houses and gardens not only to admire strength, but to claim association with disciplined effort. He appears in wall paintings, in small bronze figurines, on gems, and in reliefs where the lion skin and the club can be recognised instantly. Yet even as the imagery is Greek in origin, its social function becomes Roman. A man who wanted to present himself as reliable, as hard-working, as capable of enduring hardship for the common good, could place Hercules nearby as a silent witness. In that way, the imported hero becomes part of a Roman language of reputation. Other Greek heroes entered Rome's mythic wardrobe in quieter ways, often through the prestige of Greek education and the hunger of Roman elites for stories that signalled cultural refinement. Theseus, for example, the Athenian hero associated with the labyrinth and the defeat of the Minotaur, appears in Roman art and literature as a figure of order imposed on monstrous confusion. His story contains themes that Romans recognised immediately: the need to master a dangerous interior space, the use of intelligence alongside strength, and the tension between personal desire and civic responsibility. Yet in Rome, Theseus is less a founder of democratic Athens than an emblem of heroic problem-solving, useful for decoration in villas and for moral comparison in speeches and writings. So too with figures such as Jason, whose voyage for the Golden Fleece offered Romans a mythic map of travel, risk, and the peril of ambition. In Roman hands, these tales were often framed as warnings as well as celebrations, because Roman moralists liked to ask whether a hero's success justified the costs imposed on family and community. The hero therefore becomes a tool for reflection, a narrative instrument by which Romans could discuss virtue, excess, loyalty and the instability of fortune, while still enjoying the slow richness of inherited Greek story. The monsters that accompany these heroes also travelled into Roman culture, and they did so with a particular usefulness, because a monster is a visible shape for invisible fear. In a world where disease can spread without explanation, where storms can break ships, where war can arrive with no warning, the human mind naturally seeks images that concentrate chaos into a single form. The Hydra, with its multiplying heads, can become a symbol of problems that return as soon as they are cut down. Medusa, whose gaze turns the living into stone, becomes a symbol of paralysis, fear that hardens the body into immobility. Centaurs, half human and half horse, can be used to express the fear of uncontrolled appetite, a boundary failure within the human self. Giants who heap mountains and challenge the gods can express political anxiety, the terror of rebellion and the collapse of proper rank. Romans did not need to believe these creatures walked their roads to find them useful. The monsters could live on walls, on sarcophagi, on mosaics, and in the memory of listeners, functioning as a set of images for disorder. When a Roman looked at a mythic scene in a dining room, the monster on the plaster was not only a decoration, it was a reminder of what order must constantly defeat, both outside the city and within the heart. Imported legends did not enter a vacuum because Italy already possessed its own forest of local tales, rustic divinities and boundary spirits, and Rome often fused these local elements with Greek narrative shapes. The Hercules and Cacus story is one example, because Cacus is not a figure drawn from Greek epic, but a local monster attached to the Roman landscape, a cave, a hill slope, a place of smoke and concealment. By placing Hercules there, Roman tradition makes Italy itself a stage for heroic labour, as if the land demanded purification before it could become a city. Other local names such as Faunus, Picus, and the older rustic powers associated with woods, flocks, and prophecy could be folded into Greek patterns of satyrs, nymphs, and divine encounters in groves. This fusion is not always neat, and the roughness is part of its authenticity. Different communities preserve different memories. A rural shrine might keep an older name while a poet supplies a Greek-style genealogy. A local festival might remain stubbornly Italian in procedure, while artists paint Greek stories on the walls nearby. The Roman world, especially once it became imperial, was filled with these overlaps, where a rustic Italian sacred place could sit beside a marble statue in Greek style, and where the same god could be approached through a Latin title in the morning and compared to a Greek equivalent in a lecture by afternoon. Rome also clothed imported legend in Roman political memory, attaching heroes to specific families, specific temples, and specific claims of ancestry. In such cases, myth becomes less a free-floating story and more a legal argument expressed in sacred language. If a family could claim that an ancestor had been guided by a god, or that its line descended from a heroic figure linked to Troy or to some venerable Greek city, that claim could be displayed through monuments and repeated in public. The Trojan cycle is the most famous example, because Aeneas becomes the bridge by which Rome ties itself to the epic past. Yet other heroic connections also appear, sometimes competing, sometimes coexisting. Rome did not demand that everyone share one single genealogical myth, because Rome's strength lay in multiplicity, yet the very existence of competing heroic ancestries shows how valuable myth could be as social capital. A hero placed on a coin or carved above a doorway, or honoured in a family ceremony, becomes a witness to legitimacy. He also becomes a way of disciplining the present, because heroic ancestry implies standards. If one claims Hercules, one implicitly claims labour and endurance. If one claims Venus through Aeneas, one implicitly claims continuity and destiny. Myth, in this sense, becomes a mirror that the elite hold up to themselves and to their rivals. The physical media through which Romans encountered heroes and monsters shaped the way myth was understood. A poem recited in a cultured circle can linger on subtle emotion and complex moral tension, but a relief carved on stone must communicate quickly through gesture and recognizable attributes. A mosaic on a dining room floor must be legible to people who glance down while talking, and therefore it favours clear scenes, strong figures, and familiar patterns. A sarcophagus carved with mythic combat places the story beside a dead body, turning heroism into a meditation on mortality, struggle, and the desire for a noble memory. Coins, small and widely circulated, reduce myth to emblem, a club, a lion skin, a divine head, a heroic posture, and in doing so they make myth part of everyday exchange. Even the placement of myth within a house mattered. A scene of Perseus and Medusa in a private room can signal protection, the defeat of harmful gaze. A scene of Hercules in a public reception space can signal strength and reliability to visitors. In this way, Roman mythology is not only a body of tales, it is also a visual environment, a set of images that surround the citizen in baths, theatres, villas, tombs, and streets, training the mind to recognise certain narratives as part of the world's texture. When all of this is considered together, heroes, monsters, and imported legends become a description of how Rome absorbed the Mediterranean without losing its own instinct for civic order. The Romans took Greek narrative wealth and used it as a vocabulary for Roman values, for labour, boundary defence, self-control, and the moral framing of power. They took monsters and used them as symbols for chaos, for internal appetite, for political rebellion, and for the dangers that must be subdued so that roads, markets, and households can remain stable. They took local Italian spirits and fused them with imported patterns, producing a mythology that is neither purely native nor purely foreign, but continuous with the Roman habit of incorporation. And they placed these myths into objects that could be touched, walked upon, spent and buried, turning story into daily atmosphere. In the next phase of our journey, as we move toward foreign cults and the expanding religious diversity of the imperial world, this earlier habit remains essential to remember. Rome did not simply acquire gods and stories, it converted them into Roman forms, and then lived among them with the same steady discipline it applied to roads, laws, and calendars, until even an imported hero could feel, after enough repetition, like an old citizen of the city. To the Roman mind, the future was not an empty corridor, it was a region filled with pressure, and that pressure could be felt most sharply in moments of crisis, when a harvest failed, when war went badly, when disease moved through crowded streets, or when the sky itself seemed to speak through lightning and unusual signs. Prophecy in this world was not primarily a private thrill, it was a civic resource, and it was also a civic danger. Rome wanted knowledge of the gods' intentions, yet it feared knowledge that arrived without authorization. The state therefore built official channels for foreknowledge, channels that were supervised, recorded, and controlled by priestly officers. At the same time, the same city tolerated, and sometimes quietly consumed, a wide market of unofficial techniques, dreams interpreted for payment, lots drawn in shrines, whispered spells, and the careful reading of stars. Roman culture is full of this tension, a desire to know and a need to keep knowing within boundaries. In that tension, prophecy, magic, and forbidden knowledge become not separate subjects, but variations of one problem: how much of the invisible world may be approached, and by whom. The most famous symbol of authorized prophecy in Rome is the collection later known as the Sibylline Books, consulted not as daily guidance but as an emergency archive. Tradition placed their origin in a legendary purchase from a Sibyl, and later Romans treated this origin as a warning. Sacred knowledge is costly, and neglect can make it more costly still. Whatever the truth of the origin story, the function of the collection is clear in historical sources. When prodigies multiplied, when panic spread, when the community felt that its usual rituals were not sufficient, the Senate could order the books consulted by a priestly board, and the response often prescribed new rites, foreign rites, or intensified public ceremonies. Here prophecy becomes administrative. The books did not predict the next election. They instructed the city on how to repair its relationship with the gods. That repair might involve processions, vows, sacrifices, or the introduction of a new cult presence into the city. The message in practice was that divine knowledge must be handled as public medicine, administered by recognized hands. Rome also relied on signs that were not written in any book, but read directly from the living sky. Augury, the observation of birds and other phenomena in a defined sacred space, was not an ornament to politics, it was part of the legal texture of political action. A magistrate who sought to call an assembly or begin a campaign wanted confirmation that the act was permitted, and the permission was framed as a sign from the gods. This does not mean that every Roman believed every claim with childlike simplicity, but it does mean that the ritual had real force because it offered legitimacy in a form that could be publicly asserted. Alongside augury stood other interpretive crafts, especially those associated with Etruscan expertise, the reading of lightning and the examination of sacrificial entrails. These techniques belong to a universe where the gods communicate through patterns and where trained specialists preserve the pattern language. A city that feared chaos loved such crafts, because they turned vague dread into a procedure: consult, interpret, prescribe, perform, restore. The Roman hunger for foreknowledge could never be confined to official channels, because individuals have private anxieties that do not wait for the Senate. People wanted to know whether a child would survive, whether a voyage would return, whether a lawsuit would ruin them, whether a love would endure, whether a rival would fall. For such needs, Romans turned to practices that hovered between religion and what later ages would call magic. One might draw lots in a sanctuary, trusting that chants could become divine speech when performed in a sacred place. One might consult dream interpreters who treated sleep as a corridor through which gods and spirits could send hints. One might carry amulets, knots, and written words as protective devices, not always to force the gods, but to guard the body against envy, illness, and unseen harm. These acts were common enough to leave material traces: small objects worn smooth by handling, inscriptions requesting protection, and deposits left at springs and shrines. In such acts, the Roman meeting with the future becomes domestic, quiet, and persistent, a private echo of the state habit of reading signs. Astrology is one of the most revealing cases, because it arrives as a foreign expertise and becomes both fashionable and feared. Romans learned to treat the heavens as a map of influences, to calculate births, to connect planetary motions with temperament and fate, and to seek in the sky a structure that made life feel less accidental. Educated Romans could debate astrology as science, as superstition, or as a convenient language for human weakness, yet the practice spread widely, especially in a world where social mobility and imperial politics made personal fortune feel unstable. At the same time, astrology threatened the state in a particular way, because if the stars could reveal the rise and fall of rulers, then the knowledge of the stars could become a weapon. Roman authorities therefore oscillated, sometimes tolerating astrologers, sometimes expelling them, sometimes punishing those who used the art to inquire too closely into the lifespan of emperors or the outcome of public power struggles. Here forbidden knowledge is not forbidden because it is strange, it is forbidden because it leaks into politics, and politics in Rome was always a field where prediction could become conspiracy. The most concrete evidence for private magic in the Roman world is found in curse tablets, thin sheets often made of lead, inscribed with cramped writing and folded, pierced, or nailed before being hidden in places that felt close to chthonic power. These tablets are practical objects. Lead is heavy, cold and resistant, easy to scratch with a stylus, and associated in the ancient imagination with the underworld, with weight and with binding. The language on such tablets often seeks to restrain an opponent, to twist speech, to cloud judgment, to weaken limbs, to make a rival fail in court, in sport, or in love. The tablet is then placed where spirits might carry the message, in a grave, in a well, in a sanctuary, or in the ruins of a burned building. Such acts reveal a Roman belief that words can act when placed in the right material and the right location. They also reveal social stress. The ordinary person, powerless against patrons and judges, tries to recruit unseen forces as allies. The state could condemn such acts, yet their survival in such numbers suggests that the desire to bind the future was stronger than the fear of being caught. Roman literature, especially satire and epic, often portrays witches and sorcerers, and these portraits should be read as cultural evidence rather than as court transcripts. Poets describe figures who gather herbs under moonlight, who chant words that bend bodies, who draw down stars, who animate corpses, and who offer love potions that erase consent. Such scenes are exaggerated, but the exaggeration is meaningful because it displays what Romans feared about unauthorized power. The witch is imagined as someone who bypasses the city, bypasses priestly order, and manipulates the hidden world for personal appetite. At the same time, Roman legal language shows that certain practices were treated as genuinely dangerous, especially those involving poison, harmful potions, and secret attempts to injure. The very ambiguity of terms, where a potion might be medicine or venom, and a prayer might be devotion or curse, created a zone where suspicion could flourish. In a society that valued visible procedure, hidden procedure attracted fear, and fear invited control. The control took many forms, from moral condemnation to formal prosecution to periodic expulsions of those labelled as magicians or illicit diviners. Roman authorities were not trying to eliminate all private religion, which would have been impossible. They were trying to guard the boundary between acceptable practice and practices that threatened public order. The most sensitive boundary lay around prediction of political outcomes, because to claim knowledge of a ruler's fate could undermine loyalty, encourage rivals, and destabilize succession. Another boundary lay around harm, because a curse, a poison, or a binding spell could be framed as an attack comparable to physical violence. A third boundary lay around foreign ritual performed without oversight, because Rome sometimes welcomed foreign cults, but wanted to welcome them on Roman terms, with sanctioned temples, calendars, and priests. Forbidden knowledge, therefore, is best understood not as a single list of banned techniques, but as a category produced by anxiety. Knowledge becomes forbidden when it escapes supervision, when it claims power over others, or when it threatens the fragile trust that keeps a crowded city from tearing itself apart. In the end, prophecy, magic, and forbidden knowledge in Rome form a single landscape of desire and restraint. The state wanted to listen to the gods, but it wanted that listening to be public, paced, and controlled by offices that could be held accountable. Individuals wanted relief from uncertainty, and they pursued it through dreams, lots, stars, charms, and curses, practices that filled the gaps where official religion did not reach. Literature magnified fears and fantasies, showing witches as symbols of unsanctioned power, while the material record, especially the heavy-folded lead of curses, shows the quieter truth. Many Romans lived close enough to anxiety that they tried to bind it with words. Rome did not resolve the tension, it managed it, alternating between tolerance and repression, between curiosity and condemnation. In that management, one hears the characteristic Roman rhythm, the desire for order, the awarenesses of hidden forces, and the persistent hope that if the right words are spoken in the right way, even the future can be made, if not obedient, then at least slightly less frightening. Rome did not become the centre of a wide empire by remaining culturally sealed, and its religious life followed the same pattern as its roads and markets. It grew by absorption. Foreign gods entered the city through conquest, diplomacy, trade, slavery, migration, and the steady movement of soldiers and merchants. Some arrivals were welcomed by the state in moments of fear, when prodigies and defeat suggested that Rome needed new remedies. Other arrivals came quietly, first as household devotions in immigrant neighbourhoods, then as small associations of worshippers meeting in rented rooms, and only later, sometimes, as formal temples with public visibility. Romans had a habit of translation, the tendency to identify foreign gods with familiar Roman ones, yet translation did not erase difference. A foreign cult carried distinctive clothing, distinctive music, distinctive gestures, and often a distinctive idea of personal initiation, all of which could make the city feel both larger and more anxious. The Roman state generally preferred that divine relationships remain legible and regulated, so it tolerated variety while also insisting on boundaries, licenses, and oversight. The result was not a simple story of tolerance or persecution, but a long practice of management, in which the gods of many lands were permitted to live in Rome, provided they could be housed within Roman order. One of the earliest and most consequential foreign arrivals in Roman memory was the Great Mother, Cybele, known in Rome as the Magna Mater. Ancient sources connect her official introduction with the crisis of the war against Carthage, when Rome consulted prophetic guidance and sought divine aid. The cult's emblem was not initially a marble statue carved by a Roman hand, but a sacred stone associated with her presence, brought from Asia Minor. In Roman imagination, the journey of that object mattered as much as the object itself, because it turned foreign power into a public ritual fact. A sacred object must be received, escorted, purified and installed, and each step creates an opportunity for the city to claim that it has acted correctly. Once established, the Magna Mater's worship remained distinctive. Her festivals carried noisy percussion, the sharp sound of bronze, an ecstatic movement that contrasted with the more restrained style of many Roman public rites. Her priests, the Galli, were recognisable by clothing and hair, and their ritual identity marked them as different from ordinary Roman male citizens. Rome tolerated the cult, even honoured it, yet it also placed social limits around it, revealing a Roman instinct to welcome divine help while policing cultural boundaries. The physical setting of such a cult in Rome helps explain how foreign religion became part of urban experience. A temple required land, funding, skilled labour, and a supply chain of materials. Stone and timber had to be acquired, transported, and shaped. Roof tiles, often terracotta, had to be produced in quantity and fitted carefully against rain. Altars needed surfaces that could endure repeated fire, and precincts needed drainage and space for processions. When a foreign cult gained a home, it gained permanence, and permanence brought scrutiny. Festivals for the Magna Mater, such as the Megalesia, became part of the civic calendar, drawing crowds that did not necessarily share the same depth of devotion, but could still participate as spectators and as citizens observing the city's obligations. In this way, foreign gods did not merely add exotic colour, they added new schedules, new expenditures, new priestly roles, and new forms of public gathering. Rome could incorporate them because Rome was already a machine for incorporation, yet the machine always insisted on procedure, and procedure always asked, who is allowed to do what, on which day, in which place, with which visible signs of authority? The cult of Isis, often associated with Egypt and with the wider Hellenistic Mediterranean, entered Rome along different social channels, and over time it became one of the most recognisable foreign devotions in the city. Isis offered a divine figure who combined cosmic majesty with intimate care, a goddess who could be approached for protection in travel, for healing, for personal guidance, and for the hope that life might continue beyond death. Roman authorities sometimes treated Isis worship with suspicion, especially when they perceived it as politically unruly or socially disruptive, yet the cult repeatedly returned, and in the imperial period it could flourish openly in many places. The sensory profile of Isis worship was memorable. Processions could include linen garments, ritual vessels, and music made by instruments whose sound cut through street noise. Water, so central to Egyptian imagery and to the Nile's life-giving rhythm, could appear symbolically in Roman rites through washing, sprinkling, and the careful handling of containers that signalled purification. Temples to Isis often cultivated an atmosphere of layered sacred space with courtyards, altars, images, and a sequence of areas that created a feeling of entering deeper into mystery. For many worshippers, the attraction was not only the goddess's foreignness, but the promise of personal belonging within a structured cult community. In a city as crowded as Rome, these foreign cults also depended on practical organisation at the level of ordinary people. Associations, guild-like groups devoted to a god, could collect funds, rent space, sponsor feasts, and care for members in sickness or death. A foreign cult might therefore become a kind of social infrastructure for migrants and for those who felt invisible in the grand theatre of senatorial politics. One can imagine the material details: a shared chest for contributions, lists of names, agreed meeting days, purchased oil for lamps, and food acquired for communal meals. Priests and attendants had to be trained to perform rites in the accepted sequence, because even a foreign cult in Rome needed discipline if it was to endure. The cult of Isis, in particular, could appeal to people involved in trade and shipping, because the Mediterranean world was full of risk, storms, pirates, delays, and disease in cramped ports. A goddess imagined as a protector across water could feel more immediately relevant than distant civic theology. In this way, foreign gods often entered Rome not as abstract ideas, but as practical supports woven into the logistics of daily survival. Mithras, by contrast, shows how a foreign cult could thrive with minimal public display while becoming deeply rooted in the lives of particular groups. The worship associated with Mithras is often described as a mystery cult, emphasizing initiation and internal cohesion rather than open civic festival. Its physical spaces, Mithraea, were frequently modest and enclosed, sometimes adapted from existing rooms, sometimes built partly underground or in low-light environments that created an intentional separation from the street. The architecture of a Mithraeum was often consistent: a narrow space with benches along the sides for communal meals, and an image of Mithras at the far end, commonly shown in the act of slaying a bull. This central image, repeated across the empire with variations, functioned as a visual anchor rather than as a publicly recited myth. The cult's appeal seems to have been strong among soldiers and administrators, men whose lives were defined by hierarchy, discipline, and frequent movement. In such a world, initiation offered stable identity, and shared ritual meals offered a sense of fraternity that could survive transfers, campaigns, and postings far from home. The Roman state could tolerate such cults partly because they did not compete directly with public political authority, yet it also watched them with the same instinct it applied to any organised group that met in private. Rome understood that private gatherings can become political, and it had historical memories of religious associations that seemed to threaten civic control. The senatorial response to the Bacchic rites in the 2nd century before Christ is often discussed in this context, because the state acted to regulate and restrict what it perceived as uncontrolled assemblies, secret leadership, and disruptive behaviour. Whether every fear was justified is less important than the pattern. Rome was willing to accept foreign or foreign-flavoured worship, but it wanted that worship to remain compatible with public order. This is why the line between religion and forbidden practice could be thin. A cult became suspicious when it claimed unauthorised authority, when it met in ways that felt unaccountable, or when it offered private loyalties stronger than civic loyalty. Yet Rome also knew that suppression rarely erased a cult's attractiveness. Often it merely drove worship into quieter spaces, where it continued among those who needed it most. Beyond these major examples, the city and empire absorbed a long list of other divine presences: Syrian and Phoenician deities carried by merchants, local gods of frontier provinces carried by auxiliary soldiers, solar gods whose imagery suited imperial power, and composite cults that blended Greek, Egyptian, and Roman elements into new forms. One might encounter Jupiter Dolicanus, a god with Eastern roots honoured especially by soldiers, presented as a version of Jupiter powerful enough to travel with the army. One might encounter Serapis, a figure shaped in the Hellenistic world who carried Egyptian associations in a form legible to Greek and Roman worshippers. One might see dedications to deities whose names signalled distant cities and mountains, reminders that the empire's religious map was as wide as its trade routes. Each new cult required translation into Roman space, not only in language but in the practical sense of where an altar could stand and how a procession could move without disrupting traffic. Even when a cult remained marginal, its presence could still be felt through small objects, amulets, figurines, lamps with sacred symbols, and inscriptions that quietly named a god in a language that many passers-by could not read. Foreign gods in Rome therefore reveal the city's deepest habit, the transformation of diversity into a managed system. Rome did not become religiously plural because it loved novelty for its own sake. It became plural because it ruled a plural world, and because its own survival strategy was to absorb what could be absorbed. Yet this absorption never erased anxiety. The state feared uncontrolled gatherings, feared private prediction of political fate, feared rituals that seemed to bypass Roman priestly authority. Ordinary people feared hunger, illness, shipwreck, betrayal, and the sudden collapse of fortune. Between these fears, foreign cults offered both risk and remedy. They could appear threatening to those who valued old boundaries, and comforting to those who needed new forms of protection. In the long flow of Roman history, this tension produced a city where the Capitoline gods still received their sacrifices. While not far away, immigrants carried sacred vessels in procession, initiates gathered in lamplit rooms, and new divine names took their places within Rome's calendar and stone. Rome, by making space for foreign gods, was also describing itself not as a single tribe with a single story, but as an empire that tried, through ritual and law, to give many peoples a shared sky under which to live. In Rome, mythology was never only a set of stories told for leisure, it was also a language for authority. The city had no single sacred book that could crown one ruler and reject another, yet it possessed a dense archive of divine precedents, ancestral lineages, and ritual symbols that could be displayed in public as proof. Political power, especially in the late Republic and early Empire, needed legitimacy that felt older than the present moment, and myth provided that age. A magistrate could claim to act with the favour of Jupiter through auspices, a general could pay vows in the name of Mars, and a family could present itself as ancient through a heroic ancestor. These gestures were not merely decorative because Roman public life was designed to be watched. Processions, temples, priesthoods, and calendars trained citizens to read signs, and to accept that proper power is power that stands in correct relationship with the gods. In such a culture, to control the mythic vocabulary was to control a portion of the city's moral imagination, and this becomes especially visible as Rome moves from the competitive politics of the Republic into the concentrated authority of one man. Julius Caesar stands at a turning point where mythic language becomes unusually explicit and unusually ambitious. His family, the Julii, claimed descent from Iulus, the son of Aeneas, and therefore a connection to Venus through the Trojan line. Such claims were not invented by Caesar alone, but he made them politically concrete through public building and public imagery. He vowed and constructed a temple to Venus Genetrix, Venus as ancestress, and placed her within a new forum that carried his own name. A temple is a claim built in stone because it does not fade when speeches fade. It gathers priests, sacrifices, festival days, and a stream of visitors, and it turns family ancestry into a public fact that can be seen and repeated. Caesar also accepted honours that blurred the boundary between human magistrate and sacred figure, honours recorded in later sources that describe statues, seats of honour and other marks of exceptional status. Even when such reports are filtered through hostile or moralising authors, the larger pattern remains reliable. The late Republic created a stage on which exceptional individuals could accumulate symbolic capital, and mythic descent offered a particularly potent kind of capital. After Caesar's assassination, myth and omen language became even more politically charged, because the question of legitimacy became a question of survival. Roman tradition remembered a striking celestial sign during the funeral games held in Caesar's honour, a comet interpreted by many as the soul of Caesar received among the gods. The interpretation mattered more than the astronomy. If Caesar could be treated as divine, then his adopted heir could claim a relationship not merely to a murdered politician, but to a god. Octavian, later Augustus, built this logic into his public identity, presenting himself as the son of the deified Julius, Divi Filius, and encouraging the institutional recognition of Caesar as Divus Julius. Here the transformation is subtle but decisive. In the Republic, mythic ancestry provided prestige. In the new political reality, divine association could become a cornerstone of regime stability. A young leader with fragile authority could place himself inside a sacred genealogy, and the sacred genealogy could help persuade soldiers, senators, and provincial communities that the new order was not merely force, but destiny. Under Augustus, myth was not only invoked, it was curated. The regime sponsored a broad cultural environment in which Roman origins, Roman virtues, and divine favour were presented as a coherent pattern. Virgil's Aeneid, whatever the poet's own complexity and whatever the poem's internal tensions, offered Rome a grand origin story in which duty, suffering, and fate lead toward the future city. Augustus also built in stone. The Forum of Augustus with the Temple of Mars Ultor, Mars as Avenger, linked civil conflict and foreign war to a moral narrative of rightful punishment and restored order. Public art, relief sculpture, and monumental spaces displayed a Rome that looked ancient, disciplined, and divinely guided. Even peace became mythic. The imagery of harmony, fertility, and well-ordered procession suggested that the gods had accepted the new arrangement. In this atmosphere, mythology did not function as a distant fantasy. It functioned as a civic environment surrounding citizens with the sense that the present was anchored in the deepest past, and that political obedience could be experienced as participation in cosmic stability. The most effective political myth in the early empire was not always a single story, but a set of repeated signals, coins, titles, rituals, and architectural choices that trained the eye and ear. Coins are especially important because they move constantly, passing from hand to hand, carrying images into streets, markets, barracks, and villages that will never see Rome's grand temples. A divine symbol on a coin is a portable argument. It suggests protection, legitimacy, and destiny in the space of a small metal disc. Imperial titles also carried mythic weight because they implied a relationship to tradition, to the gods, and to the welfare of the people. Alongside these public signals grew the imperial cult, which must be understood carefully. Romans did not all suddenly treat a living emperor as a god in the same way they treated Jupiter, and practice varied across regions. Yet the honouring of the emperor's genius, his protective spirit, and the deification of certain dead emperors by senatorial decree created a religious framework in which loyalty could be expressed as sacred duty. The state did not replace the gods, but it placed the emperor within a sacralized political order. At the same time, myth in politics could produce resistance and satire, because not all Romans accepted the same interpretation of sacred honours. Writers who looked back on the early emperors often used mythic comparison as moral critique, portraying a ruler as a false god, a tyrant playing at divinity, or a man whose behaviour offended the very sacred standards he claimed. Such portraits must be read as literature shaped by politics, yet they reveal an important truth about the Roman system: myth could not be monopolised without risk. If an emperor claimed to be guided by Apollo, critics could ask whether he behaved with Apollonian restraint. If a ruler associated himself with Hercules, observers could note whether his strength was service to the common good or mere theatrical display. Myth therefore acted like a measuring device. It offered rulers a vocabulary of elevation, but it also offered audiences a vocabulary for judging hypocrisy. The same gods who crowned legitimacy could also become silent witnesses against a regime that felt unstable, cruel, or excessively personal. Across the first centuries of empire, different dynasties emphasized different mythic links, yet the pattern remained consistent. New rulers needed to appear continuous with Rome's sacred history, even when they were not continuous by blood. Adoption, marriage, and senatorial recognition could be framed through divine favour, through omens interpreted as approval, and through association with protective deities. When a dynasty ended violently, the next regime could present itself as chosen by the gods to restore balance, and could express this choice through vows, temple repairs, and public ceremonies of renewal. This is where Roman religious conservatism becomes politically useful. Restoring temples, reviving old rites, and honouring traditional gods could signal that the new ruler was not a revolutionary, but a caretaker. Even when innovation occurred, it could be presented as obedience to prophecy or as fulfillment of ancestral precedent. In a world where legitimacy was constantly contested, the safest political posture was often to claim that one was not inventing but restoring, not seizing but being called. The later development of the imperial cult shows how Rome could transform myth into administrative routine. Deification after death, when granted, produced a new divus with temples, priests, and festival days, turning a political life into a sacred memory. This could stabilise succession, because the living heir could claim to be guardian of a divine predecessor's legacy. Yet the system also reveals Roman caution. Deification was not automatic, and some emperors were denied it or later condemned, showing that sacred honour remained entangled with political judgment. In the provinces, where local religious traditions were already diverse, emperor worship could merge with existing habits of honouring benefactors and protectors, creating a complex landscape where civic loyalty and religious practice overlapped. The emperor's image could stand in a temple precinct without erasing older gods because Roman religion was capable of adding layers rather than replacing them. Myth, in this context, becomes a kind of glue, holding together an enormous empire by offering shared symbols, shared ceremonies, and a shared sense that Rome's political order belonged inside a larger sacred order. When we look at myth in politics from Caesar through the emperors, the most stable conclusion is also the quietest. Rome did not simply use myths as propaganda in the crude modern sense, it lived inside myths as a civic habit, and political power learned to speak that habit fluently. Temples, coins, festivals, genealogies, and public art turned divine association into a visible language of legitimacy, while poets and historians supplied narratives that made the language feel ancient and inevitable. Yet the same mythic vocabulary could also be turned against rulers, because a city trained to honour divine standards was also trained to notice when a man failed to meet them. Myth, therefore, was not only a crown, it was also a mirror, reflecting what Rome wished its leaders to be, and what it feared they might become. In Rome, mythology was not only heard, it was seen, and its most persistent form was often the form that could not be easily forgotten. The form carved into stone, stamped into metal, painted onto plaster, and repeated across generations until it felt like part of the city's air. A story recited by a poet depends on memory and attention, but an image on a wall waits silently, and repeats itself every time a person passes. For a culture in which literacy was uneven, and in which many citizens and provincials encountered the high language of epic only indirectly, visual myth functioned as a public script. It taught divine names through recognisable attributes: a thunderbolt, a trident, a helmet, a lion skin, a winged sandal, and it taught moral patterns through familiar scenes: the hero confronting the monster, the goddess granting favour, the founder receiving a sign. This visual environment did not replace ritual, it accompanied it, reinforcing the sense that Rome's gods and ancestors were not distant. They were close enough to appear at street corners, at temple steps, in bathhouses, on household shrines, and even in the palm of a hand as a coin passed from buyer to seller. Stone was the most authoritative medium because stone promised duration, and duration was a kind of truth in Roman civic life. When a myth appeared on a public monument, it did not present itself as a private opinion. It presented itself as a shared memory, endorsed by patronage and public display. Relief sculpture on altars, temples, and honorific arches often chose mythic scenes that connected the present to an older order. A god receiving sacrifice, a divine emblem placed beside a ruler's name, an ancestor figure standing among personifications of victory and peace, these images created a bridge between human institutions and cosmic stability. The viewer was not expected to stop and analyze every detail, yet the repetition of such images trained the eye. One learned slowly that Jupiter is linked with oath and thunder, that Mars is linked with disciplined force, that Venus carries a language of ancestry and continuity, and that heroes such as Hercules can symbolize labor that benefits the community. The carving itself embodied investment. Marble had to be quarried, transported, and shaped by skilled hands, and every chisel mark was a kind of civic expenditure, a declaration that myth mattered enough to be made permanent. Architecture itself could function as a mythic argument, not by depicting a narrative frame by frame, but by shaping the city into a landscape of sacred memory. A temple dedicated to a god was more than a building. It was a claim that a relationship existed and that the city intended to keep it. The placement of a temple on a hill beside a forum near a river crossing or along a ceremonial route turned geography into meaning. When triumphal processions ended at major sanctuaries, the route itself became a moving story, victory flowing toward the god who authorized it. In the late Republic and early Empire, rulers and elites could build new forums and temples that presented particular divine alliances as central, and this was myth made spatial. The citizen walking through these spaces encountered not a lecture, but an arrangement of stone that suggested order, ancestry, and destiny. Columns and pediments framed divine images above human crowds, and the scale difference mattered. The gods and the heroic past were made larger than life, while the living moved beneath, reminded that political action was supposed to fit inside a sacred architecture older than any one career. If stone carried authority, paint carried intimacy, because it entered the spaces where people ate, rested, argued, and aged. Wall paintings in houses, villas, and public buildings often displayed mythic scenes, not only as decoration, but as a way of placing the household within a larger cultural world. In a dining room, a scene of a hero's struggle could hover above conversation, silently shaping tone, suggesting endurance, warning against excess, or offering an image of order restored. In gardens and courtyards, painted nymphs, satyrs, and rustic gods could soften the edge between built space and nature, turning leisure into a mythic landscape. The technique itself deserves attention. Plaster was layered, smoothed, and painted while damp so that pigment became part of the wall, and the labour required steady planning and expense. Workshops carried patterns, repeated compositions, and familiar poses, so that certain myths became almost standardised, recognisable at a glance. This repetition was not artistic failure, it was cultural transmission. A scene repeated across homes became a shared language, even for those who could not name every figure. Myth entered the household not as a formal creed, but as atmosphere, as a visual vocabulary woven into daily movement. Mosaics and sculpture extended this visual language into places of public gathering, especially baths, theatres, and civic halls. A mosaic on a floor is an image designed to be walked upon, and that fact changes its meaning. The myth becomes part of ordinary motion, a field of coloured stone and glass that supports the body while it presents a story to the eye. Marine myths, gods riding sea creatures, and scenes of hunting or heroic combat suited baths and communal spaces because they echoed water, strength, and controlled exertion. Sculpture, whether in marble or bronze, offered a different kind of presence. A statue is not only an image, it is an object that occupies the same air as the viewer, and in Rome statues of gods and heroes could populate streets, porticos and sanctuaries until the city felt inhabited by the divine. Bronze demanded complex technology, furnaces, moulds, and careful finishing, while marble demanded quarrying and long transport. Each medium carried its own authority. A statue of a god could receive offerings, but it could also function as a social sign, indicating the patron's education. the family's allegiance, or the neighbourhood's protective identity. Coins were the most widely distributed mythic medium because they were designed to travel, and they carried images farther than any procession. A coin is small, but it is touched constantly, examined for authenticity, weighed in the mind as value, and passed from person to person with no need for translation. This made coin imagery a powerful instrument for teaching mythic symbols and political messages at once. A god's head on a coin could suggest protection, legitimacy, and continuity, while a hero's attributes such as a club, a bow, or a distinctive helmet could evoke a whole story in a single glance. The technical process of minting reinforces the point. Dies were engraved by the specialists who had to compress identity into a tiny space, choosing which features would be legible after repeated striking. Metal had to be refined and standardized, and the very existence of consistent coinage depended on trust in public authority. When myth appeared on this medium, it links sacred imagery to the daily act of exchange, as if the gods participated in markets and wages, and as if the economy itself rested on divine favour and public order. In provinces far from Rome, a person might never see the great temples, yet could still handle Roman myth in metal. Funerary art formed another archive of myth, quieter than civic monuments but often more emotionally charged. Sarcophagi, tomb reliefs, and grave markers frequently used mythic scenes to speak about mortality without needing explicit doctrine. A hero descending to the underworld, a figure rescued from danger, a cycle of loss and return, these stories could frame death as a passage rather than a disappearance. The choice of myth often signalled aspiration. A family might place Hercules on a tomb to suggest endurance and the overcoming of trials, or choose a scene of a marriage myth to emphasise continuity, or display imagery of abundance and seasonal return to suggest hope for renewal. Here myth became personal yet still shared, because the symbols were public and recognisable. The road lined with tombs functioned as a long gallery, where citizens encountered not only names but images that taught how Romans wished to be remembered. The dead were placed outside the living city, yet their myths faced the road, speaking to passers-by, instructing them in what kinds of stories were considered dignified companions to a human life. All these media, stone, paint, mosaic, coin, and tomb, depended on human networks of production that were as complex as any army supply line. Quarries supplied marble, forests supplied timber for scaffolding, kilns fired tiles, workshops trained apprentices, and ships carried heavy cargo along coasts and rivers. Artists learned conventional iconography, because a mythic scene had to be understood quickly. A thunderbolt, a trident, a caduceus. These were visual shortcuts that made mythology efficient. Yet efficiency did not prevent variation. Provincial workshop might adapt a scene to local taste, combine Roman gods with regional symbols, or simplify a composition to suit different skill levels and budgets. In this way, Roman myth in art was both standardized and flexible like Roman law itself, consistent enough to be recognizable, adaptable enough to be used across a vast and diverse world. The viewer, whether in Italy or in a distant city, could still read the essentials, and that shared readability was one of the empire's quiet bonds. In the end, myths written into Rome's material world functioned as a continuous education. They taught the gods' names to those who never read poets, they placed ancestral claims into public space where citizens could not ignore them, and they turned political ideology into a visual habit. They also softened time. Buildings aged, stones weathered, paint faded, coins wore smooth, yet even in decay the images remained legible enough to transmit a message that Rome's present belonged inside a larger sacred story. The city became a kind of archive without pages, where architecture framed memory, art repeated familiar scenes, and money carried symbols into the most ordinary transactions. When later centuries questioned old gods and introduced new religious commitments, this material mythology did not vanish instantly. It remained in stone and pigment, in reused reliefs, in buried mosaics, in coins found in soil long after their last purchase. Rome's myths, therefore, were not only told, they were built, and because they were built, they endured as a slow, quiet presence, instructing the eye even when the voice of the old stories grew faint. The end of the old gods in Rome was not a single night in which temples went dark, nor a single decree that instantly erased habits formed over centuries. It was, rather, a long change in the texture of daily life, in the way the city imagined protection, legitimacy, and hope. Roman religion had always been plural, layered, and capable of addition, and for that reason its transformation was often gradual, uneven, and shaped by local circumstance as much as by imperial policy. A shrine can remain standing even when its priesthood has thinned. A festival can continue as custom even when its meaning has shifted. And a god can survive as an image long after the last sacrifice has been offered. The old gods did not vanish like smoke, they receded, step by step, as the social machinery that maintained them, funding, office, public expectation, and the shared assumption that sacrifice was necessary for civic safety, was altered. To follow this change is to watch the Roman world reassign the idea of sacred power, moving it from a wide pantheon maintained by ritual reciprocity toward a different religious framework, one that increasingly demanded exclusive loyalty and that judged older rites not as alternative paths but as errors. In the later centuries of the empire, especially from the 3rd century onward, the Roman religious landscape was already restless. Crisis, invasion, civil war, and economic strain pressed the state into new forms of authority, and new forms of religious language often followed. Emperors sought divine support in ways that were sometimes more personal and more emphatic than the older civic style, and people across the empire experimented with cults that promised protection, healing, and a more intimate sense of belonging. Christianity grew within this environment, first as a minority movement often subjected to local hostility and occasional state persecution, then as a religion that could build stable communities, sustain charity, and offer a powerful narrative of salvation that did not depend on city boundaries. When imperial politics shifted, the status of Christianity shifted with it. Under Constantine, Christian institutions gained new visibility and support, yet older cults did not immediately collapse. Temples still stood, festivals still filled calendars, and many elites continued to honour traditional gods while also adapting to the changing winds of imperial favour. The old religious world could endure for a time because it had always been adaptable, but the direction of power was beginning to turn. The decisive change was not only the growth of Christianity as belief, but the gradual alignment of state resources with Christian institutions and the gradual withdrawal of public support from traditional cult. Sacrifice, priestly offices, temple maintenance, and festival funding had long depended on civic budgets and elite patronage, and when those streams were redirected, the old system began to thin. The 4th century offers a portrait of oscillation rather than a straight line. Christian emperors could still tolerate some traditional practices, and traditional aristocrats could still hold influence, yet the cultural atmosphere was increasingly shaped by Christian arguments about truth, idols, and the proper direction of worship. The brief reign of Julian, later called the apostate by Christian writers, shows that the contest was still real, because Julian attempted to restore traditional cult and reorganize it in a more disciplined manner. His failure was not only personal, it revealed that the state could no longer assume a unified return to older habits. Later in the century, measures associated with Gratian reduced state support for certain traditional rites, and controversies such as the debate over the altar of victory in the Senate House exposed a deep fracture between older civic symbolism and emerging Christian authority. Under Theodosius, the legal and cultural landscape shifted further, with laws that restricted public sacrifice and strengthened the position of Christianity as the empire's favoured religion. Yet even here, one must be careful with the image of sudden closure. A law may be proclaimed in the name of an emperor, but its enforcement depends on governors, local officials, and the willingness of communities to comply. In some places, Temples were closed or reallocated quickly. In other places they remained open, neglected rather than destroyed, visited less often, yet not entirely abandoned. Some shrines were dismantled or attacked, sometimes by the zealous crowds, sometimes through official action, and sometimes by slow reuse of materials, as stone and columns were taken for new building projects. The empire was vast, and its religious transition was not uniform. In the countryside, older rites could persist, sometimes quietly, sometimes openly, because a rural community's rhythm of planting and harvest does not change quickly, and local sacred places can remain meaningful even when official ideology shifts. The word paganus, later used for those who kept older cult, likely gained strength from this rural association, though belief and practice in cities could also remain traditional for generations. To understand how the old gods ended as living cult, one must look not only at laws, but at economics and social training. A temple is not merely a building, it is a machine that requires personnel, sacrificial animals, ritual expertise, and a calendar of expected acts. When younger elites chose Christian careers, when civic offices changed their meaning, when priesthoods lost prestige, the machine slowed. A public sacrifice once held in the open before a gathered crowd did more than honour a god. It taught the next generation how Rome met the divine. When such rituals were reduced, the educational function weakened, and the gods became less present in ordinary expectation. Meanwhile, Christianity offered a different type of sacred community, organised around texts, preaching and moral discipline, with bishops as visible leaders and churches as centres of communal identity. The old religion had relied heavily on correct procedure, but it did not always offer a single story of ultimate hope. Christianity offered a powerful narrative of salvation, suffering and resurrection, supported by scripture and a network of communities that extended across city lines. For many, this new framework answered anxieties that the older civic cult had managed through ritual repair, but had not fully resolved in emotional terms. The gods of Rome did not lose only because they were forbidden, they also lost because their social infrastructure was being replaced. Yet the long afterlife of human myth begins precisely where the old cult ends, because stories, images, and names can survive without sacrifice. In many regions, the architecture of the old gods was repurposed rather than erased. A temple might become a storehouse, a meeting place, a quarry of stone, or eventually a church, and even when the sacred function changed, the shape of the building remained a memory in the landscape. Columns and capitals carried the aesthetic grammar of the old world into the new. Statues were toppled at times, but others were buried, hidden, or simply left in place as art, their divine identity muted into cultural decoration. Festivals sometimes changed their meaning while keeping their timing, turning older seasonal rhythms into new sacred calendars. Even the language of holiness and protection, the sense that certain places and days carry special weight, could be retained while the named gods were replaced by saints, martyrs, and Christian holy figures. This is not simple continuity, it is transformation, but transformation often preserves shapes. The old gods could be reinterpreted as demons by Christian writers, or as misleading images, yet the act of writing against them still preserved their names and attributes, like shadows pinned to the page by the very effort to deny them. The survival of Roman myth was also secured by literature, because Rome had become a culture of texts. Virgil, Ovid, Livy, and other authors who carried mythic material were copied and studied for their language, their rhetorical skill, and their cultural authority. Late antique scholars and commentators preserved explanations of divine names and rituals because they were needed to understand classical texts. Myth, in this setting, became part of education, a system of references that trained readers in Latin style and moral reflection. Even when Christian teachers disapproved of certain stories, they often continued to use classical literature as a foundation of grammar and eloquence, and in doing so they transmitted the old myths as cultural knowledge. Mythographers, compilers, and encyclopedic writers in late antiquity summarized old stories, sometimes with moral interpretation, sometimes with a desire to preserve a fading world. The monastery scribe copying a poem might not believe in Jupiter as a living god, yet the scribe still carried Jupiter into the future as a word, an image, and a node in a network of meaning. In this way, the old gods migrated from altar to classroom, from sacrifice to commentary, becoming part of the inherited language of Europe. During the medieval centuries, Roman myth did not disappear. It changed clothing again. It was often moralized, treated as allegory, or framed as a record of human error. Yet it continued to circulate in manuscripts, in school exercises, and in the learned memory of clerics and scholars. Ovid's stories in particular were both attractive and suspect, vivid enough to endure, yet in need of interpretation to fit a Christian moral world. The underworld became a metaphor. Venus became a symbol of desire, Mars a symbol of violence, and the old pantheon could be treated as a coded language for human passions. This moralizing habit did not preserve the old gods as gods, but it preserved them as characters and concepts, which is another form of survival. Later, as Renaissance humanists searched for classical sources, corrected texts, and revived ancient styles of art, Roman mythology returned with new intensity. It became the shared vocabulary of painters, sculptors, and poets who wanted to speak in the most prestigious language of the ancient past. The gods reappeared on ceilings and in gardens, not as objects of worship, but as symbols of beauty, power, learning, and political ambition. Antiquarians studied ruins and inscriptions, and the physical remains of temples and statues provided fresh fuel for imagination, connecting the written myths to the stone city that still stood, broken but present. In the modern world, the afterlife of Roman myth continues through an expanding series of translations. Neoclassical architecture borrowed Roman forms, columns, and pediments that still carry a faint echo of temples. Political symbolism drew on Roman emblems, turning ancient gods and personifications into allegories of nations, virtues, and ideals. Scholars reconstructed cult practice and compared sources, revealing how layered and diverse Roman religion had been, while artists and writers continued to mine Roman myth for characters that can carry psychological depth. The old gods now live in museums, in textbooks, in novels, in films, in games, and in the names of planets and weekdays, quiet reminders that even when worship ends, language remains. This is the final irony and the final calm conclusion. Rome's old religion ended as a living system of sacrifice, priesthood, and civic reciprocity, yet it endured as an archive of stories and images so rich that later cultures could not stop returning to it. The gods once met at altars through smoke and grain became patterns in art, metaphors in moral writing, and reference points in the long memory of the West. In that sense, the old gods did not simply die, they changed their mode of existence, retreating from the temple into the library, from the festival into the painting, from the priestly formula into the shared imagination, where they remain, still recognizable, still strangely alive as long as people continue to speak their names.